Well, oh my. The Philadelphia 76ers come roaring back in their series against the Boston Celtics, the two-seeded Boston Celtics, who look to have a lot of work to do this postseason. They were, in my estimation, major favorites to come out of the East and go into the NBA Finals. They were one of the big favorites all year long, quite frankly, but specifically when they got Jason Tatum back. Of course, he came back in the latter stages of the regular season, a little bit ahead of schedule from that ruptured Achilles tendon that he suffered last year in the Boston Celtics' underwhelming title defense of their 2024 championship. Of course, he blew that in the series against the New York Knicks as, again, the Celtics underwhelmed in their title defense year, but they looked terrific this season, and it looked like what many were suggesting was like an off season for the Boston Celtics. Well, they won over 50 games in this regular season, 56-26 to be precise, behind the services of Jaylen Brown, who really insinuated himself into that MVP conversation in the late stages of the second half of the NBA's regular season. Many clamoring for a first-team All-NBA selection for Brown, including myself. Of course, he's likely to not get that because both Cade Cunningham and Luka Doncic won appeals with the NBA league offices in order to gain eligibility for year-end awards, despite neither of them making it to that 65-game minimum. Nonetheless, Brown will be second-team All-NBA at worst. He will likely finish, in my estimation, top 5 in league and MVP voting. And then, of course, Tatum did return in the late stages of the regular season as a ramp-up in order to get ready for this postseason run. He was pretty good in this postseason series, the one and only that we'll see of him with the Boston Celtics. He was good in the 6 games we saw of him. Of course, we didn't see a 7th game tonight because Tatum sits out. Joe Mazzulla, head coach of the Boston Celtics, tinkers with the starting lineup in advance of this Game 7, changes out everybody. 3 different starters tonight from the last game. Only Brown and Derek White remain in that starting lineup. And the Boston Celtics complete history. They become just the 14th team in league history to lose a series in which they were up 3-1 in it. So the Philadelphia 76ers become the 14th team in NBA history to advance after falling into a 3-1 hole. So the Philadelphia 76ers do it in emphatic fashion, I should say, emphatically. They overcome a 44-year curse in the playoffs against these Boston Celtics. Yes, you heard that right. Do not adjust your listening devices. The Philadelphia 76ers had not beaten the Boston Celtics in the postseason since 1982, which precedes my existence on this earth. And I am very freaking old. So to say that the 76ers haven't beaten the Celtics in before my life started is a crazy statement to make Philadelphia one of the more storied teams in NBA history, at least from a historical standpoint, one of the elite all-time franchises. They haven't won anything in a hell of a long time. I actually didn't check it, but as far as I'm concerned, in my own personal memory, dating back to 1983, the faux 76ers, one of the great individual teams in NBA history, the greatest single-season teams in NBA history, I should say, a 12-1 postseason run behind the legendary Moses Malone and Dr. J. I think it's all the way back. It hasn't been since then that this Philadelphia 76ers team has won an NBA championship. They really haven't made much noise in the postseason since that 2001 run with Allen Iverson when they lost in the NBA Finals to the Shaq Kobe Lakers, the middle of that team's three-peat, the Lakers three-peat. And it really has been a run of futility ever since, especially in the Joel Embiid era, the trust the process era. Embiid has never been out of the second round in his entire NBA career. And now he is moving to the second round by the virtue of a tremendously gutty performance by Embiid in every game really that he's played in this series. Remember, he didn't play the beginning, so we didn't see Tatum at the end, and we didn't see Embiid at the beginning. He missed the first few games of this series on the heels of an emergency appendectomy. So we didn't see him to start the series, but since his return, he was fantastic. He was fantastic tonight. The Philadelphia 76ers roared out of the gates in this game on the road as initially 7.5-point underdogs. So Boston was favored by 7.5 to start the night. But of course, a late deactivation by Jason Tatum then moved the line, shifted it by 3 points. So Boston at tip opened it. They were -4.5. You wouldn't know it by the way the game started. Philly out 9-0 quickly. Their lead was as high as 15 in the first quarter on the road in the Garden in Game 7. But of course, the Celtics did respond and they got back into it in the non-Embiid minutes. And then in the second half, Embiid, of course, as Embiid typically always is, impacted by some kind of injury. He was limping around. But again, this is who Joel Embiid is. The guy is elite when he's on the floor. The question has always been his availability. He was able to finish the game out. But look, Boston made it interesting. They got this game as close as 92-91 at one point, but they just couldn't get over the hump. The Boston Celtics with another epic choke job, really, when you look at it over the last decade, roughly. This was Jaylen Brown's 10th NBA season. It was Jason Tatum's 9th NBA season. And there's been a lot of talk in recent days about the Denver Nuggets underachievement in the Nikola Jokic window in that time frame. Jokic in his 11th season this year. Look, you can say what you want about that situation. We can discuss it and break that down and talk about potential offseason moves for them moving forward. But look, since that NBA championship for the Denver Nuggets, now second-round exits and a first-round exit this year, of course, one championship run, really an 11-year span for Nikola Jokic in his career. You can certainly look at that, as many are, as an underachievement. I'm looking at this Boston Celtics team, who has been stacked and loaded around Brown and Tatum, which the pairing of those guys now, 9 years, 10 for Brown, 9 for Tatum. So 9 years together in the NBA, and they've had everything you need around that duo. And the fact that they have been to just 2 NBA finals and won only one now, just an egregious and an extreme disappointment, in my estimation, for that Boston Celtics team. I have talked consistently about Joe Mazzulla and the fact that he is an absolute atrocious head coach. I don't think that he deserves. He was elevated in the wake of Ime Udoka shenanigans. Still, what happened there, I'm unclear of. There was some kind of an inappropriate sexual relationship with Ime Udoka, and to the best of my knowledge, one of the team VP's wife. I'm not exactly certain if anything was truly confirmed what happened between Udoka and that VP's wife. All that I do know is that he was suspended indefinitely for a year, and then, of course, later fired. He goes to Houston, and they elevate Joe Mazzulla into the starting position at all of the age of 34 years of age. And in his first season, what ensued was, well, a pretty epic choke job for him. An epic, and to me, an unforgettable choke, where they, as the 2 seed, just like this year as the 2 seed, in 2023, they ran to the Eastern Conference Finals behind, to me, what was the best team in the NBA that year. That, by the way, of a year where they choked in 2022 in the NBA Finals against the Steph Curry-led Golden State Warriors. That was Curry's 4th NBA championship ring. But remember, the Celtics looked like the better team to open that year in the NBA Finals. They went up 2-1 that year on the Golden State Warriors before losing 3 consecutive games, and Jason Tatum vomiting all over himself in that series. Well, they avenge it the next year in 23, and they look like they're on a mission into the Eastern Conference Finals behind Joe Mazzulla in his first year. Yeah, they were on a mission, all right, to crap down their leg in a big moment in the Eastern Conference Finals again that year. They go down 3-0 to the Miami Heat, the 8th-seeded Miami Heat in that Eastern Conference Finals, only to then obliterate the Heat in 3 consecutive games in storming back from a 3-3 deficit there. They go into Game 7 at home in Boston as 9.5-point favorites and get blown to pieces by 21 to the Miami Heat, who ultimately went into the NBA Finals that year and then lost to the Denver Nuggets. Then, of course, the following year happened, and the Celtics had a historic run. They added some pieces. Obviously, that's not there anymore. Kristaps Porzingis was kind of a part-time player that season. He was hurt some of the year, then hurt some more. Then he came back into the playoffs, was played in the beginning, got hurt. Then he came back for the finals. And the Celtics team that year, I was waiting the whole offseason for them to blow loads all over themselves again, blow chunks of vomit all over themselves on the court again in that run, despite a historic regular season where they produced the 5th best net differential in NBA history en route to 60-plus wins in the 1 seed, but it never happened. They got all the way to the East Finals and then ultimately faced the Pacers, and they really didn't have to play any of the top 3 teams in their conference on the way to those finals because all the players got hurt that year. Giannis was hurt with the Bucks, so he didn't play. Embiid was hurt with the 76ers, so he didn't play. The Knicks lost basically their entire starting lineup that year, so he didn't play. Then the Pacers got some injuries in that series against Boston. Boston gets all the way to the finals where they meet the Dallas Mavericks on their magical run through the Western Conference. Ultimately, the Celtics just outclassed and outmatched the Dallas Mavericks in that series to win the championship, and in my estimation, get the monkey off their back. The futility, all the choke jobs in the previous few years. Joe Mazzulla allegedly cementing himself as an elite head coach. Joe Mazzulla, who had a great year this year, down Tatum most of the year. I admitting that I was wrong throughout the year on Joe Mazzulla and accepting that, look, that first year was just a blip in the radar when they blew that game against Miami and blew that series. And Joe Mazzulla had cemented himself as an elite NBA coach because the outlier was 2024 when they won the NBA championship. That was the outlier. This is the norm. The same old sorry ass Boston Celtics, same as it always was. Choking dogs in this era of Brown and Tatum. You can say what you will about the bullish antics of the Denver Nuggets because they are bums. But to underachieve, in my estimation, you have to be the best or have the best talent. The Nuggets overachieve all year long. That roster is trash. It is highly flawed. The players around Nikola Jokic, extraordinarily overrated by the excellence of Jokic, floor rising them up. And then they, the pumpkin, the clock strikes midnight in the playoffs and the carriage turns into a pumpkin because the Nuggets stink. How can you overachieve or underachieve when you stink? No, the Celtics are the ones that are underachievers because this team is loaded. I just can't believe they do this all the time, and they do it again to the Philadelphia 76ers or in a series with the Philadelphia 76ers. The first time again that Philadelphia has beaten this team in 44 years in the playoffs, and they have obviously plagued the Sixers in recent years in the Joel Embiid era, but he gets his revenge tonight. He gets his revenge in this series. Embiid with a heroic performance really tonight. And he was great all series long. 26 points, 8 rebounds, 7 rebounds and 8 assists on 43% in the 6 games of the series leading into tonight. 34 points tonight. Again, he didn't shoot well. He shot 43% coming in, 12-26 tonight. But he was the central hub of their offense throughout the game when he was on the floor. And he got the supporting performances that he needed from this cast. Tyrese Maxey, 30 points tonight on 11 of 18. VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, 23 points on 8 of 17. These are massive performances. Paul George, shout out to him. You know, pandemic P, part-time P, podcast P. Yeah, no jokes tonight. Paul George playing through illness himself on his 36th birthday, I do believe. 42 minutes, 13 points, 5 of 10 shooting. The entire starting lineup for the 76ers in positives, big time on the plus minus, plus 9 for Paul George, plus 11 for Embiid, plus 8 for Tyrese Maxey. VJ Edgecombe, again, the rook. 23 points, 8 of 17 shooting, 5 of 11 from the three-point line, plus 19. And they got practically nothing from their bench, though. 3 points tonight, 3 for the 76ers bench, 6 points last game for the 76ers bench. So 9 points total in back-to-back games off the bench. And the Sixers win 3 straight games in this series to dump the Boston Celtics, stun the Boston Celtics out of the playoffs in the first round. Very premature. This just came out of nowhere to me. Like, even while the 76ers were winning, you know, that game 5 and 6 to stave off elimination and get back to a game 7, I at no point thought the Celtics were truly in jeopardy of losing this series. Even with the news of Jason Tatum, which we can get into him. Jason Tatum, unbelievable no-show. Literally, quite literally a no-show. Like, I heard nothing about this. For the last 2 days leading into this, it was never a story. And then I believe today, really, it was, you know, some murmurings that Tatum had been made questionable potentially with knee soreness. And then I was actually talking with some friends who are predominantly, it's my fantasy football chain, predominantly they're all in Philly. And like minutes before tip-off, one of my friends messaged that Tatum was out, and I had to do like a quintuple take on that. I could not believe that he was out. Like, how hurt can this guy be? Probably extremely hurt. If to sit out a game 7 at home, so he doesn't play at all. And I just don't know what to say about Jaylen Brown, who I think the world of. I think a lot of Jaylen Brown. And again, I think he had a magnificent season this year. 33 points tonight, 12 of 27 shooting, a game worst minus 16. A game, not a team worst, the worst plus minus on the basketball court tonight for them, minus 16. I just honestly don't know what to say about this Celtics performance tonight, about this Celtics performance in this postseason. And I myself am pretty shocked that the Boston Celtics are already out of the postseason. I mean, just when I thought the Denver Nuggets were going to be the biggest bums in the postseason this year, the biggest dogs, losing in a 3-6 series, in a series where the Minnesota Timberwolves were without their best player, a top 10 player in the NBA, and Anthony Edwards. But by the time Edwards got hurt, the Nuggets were already down 2-1 and getting smoked in that series. And then they ended up losing that game where Ant-Man got hurt. So they were down 3-1. And people still view that as a choke job, by the way. The fact that Nuggets couldn't come back from 3-1 down, they view that as a choke job. Well, the Celtics, with this supreme amount of talent, blow a 3-1 lead. And it's just shocking. It opens the entire Eastern Conference up, in my estimation. Many people are going to speculate that the New York Knicks now are overwhelming favorites. The Pistons are on the verge of another 3-1 comeback. Going into these playoffs, all-time in NBA history, teams taking a 3-1 lead at any stage of the playoffs, 258-13. Now they're looked to be 2 3-1 deficits overcome in the Eastern Conference in the first round of just these playoffs. The 76ers did it. The Detroit Pistons are overwhelming favorites to complete that same task tomorrow in Detroit, where they're minus 9-point favorites for them to come back from this 3-1 deficit that they found themselves in. And it was an amazing game 6. If you didn't see that one, by the way, they were down by 24 points on the road in Orlando in a closeout game for the Magic. And Detroit held the Magic to 19 points in the entire second half. 11 in the third, 8 in the fourth. and they actually blow them out. It was like 93-79 was the final. I mean, a 14-point blowout for a team down 24 at half. Unbelievable. So the Pistons, the number 1 seed, presumptively will remain alive tomorrow after they win at home in Game 7. At least that's the expectation. But still, you've got the Pistons then. You've got the Cavs or the Raptors. They're in a Game 7 tomorrow as well. So one of those two teams, and the Knicks, and now the 76ers, who, look, all the jokes aside about Philadelphia, the availability and the health has always been the issue and the concern with this roster, because Joel Embiid and Paul George each played around 40 games this year. So in case you don't know, there's 82 games in an NBA's regular season. So the fact that they are literally part-time players, they play half the time. How can you have any confidence in the health, the availability of those players? You can't. Therefore, the 76ers never were viewed as a viable or realistic contender. But if, big if, but if those two guys are available to play, well, pairing them with Tyrese Maxey, it's arguably the best big three in the NBA. And then you get these kind of performances by rookie VJ Edgecombe, 23 points tonight, 5 of 11 from the three. Like, you've got something there. This is a team I think that can compete with and beat almost any team other than the Spurs and the Thunder, but they could beat any team in the East for sure if those guys are available, and they just really hadn't been all year. That's why they won only 45 games. So kudos to the Philadelphia 76ers. Kudos to Joel Embiid for getting out there and playing through it. I'm sure he'll try to play through whatever was ailing him throughout the course of the second half in this game. And they've got the New York Knicks up next. You got to think that's a matchup that the Knicks feel comfortable with. The 76ers likely won't shy away from. And another historical rivalry there, New York and Philly. I mean, this is just turning into maybe this is just a revenge tour kind of a year for the Philadelphia 76ers. Joel Embiid. All those years of disappointment, underachieving, in the trust the process era. Maybe it's going to be this year where they've been completely written off. No one gave them any chance. Maybe this is the year that the Philadelphia 76ers finally make a concerted and deep run into the playoffs. I think the Knicks are really the big hurdle because, quite frankly, the 76ers and Knicks, I think the winner of that series next will probably be able to clear the whatever survives from the other side of the brackets. And for the Boston Celtics, well, a long off season now of discontent opens up. When this is a kind of a franchise redefining loss, in my estimation, though they do have at least the excuse of the Tatum injury or the inactiveness, the unavailability tonight in Game 7. But it wasn't the Tatum injury. Just like last year when Tatum ruptured the Achilles, that series was already lost. They had choked all over themselves in games 1 and 2. I think they lost games 1 and 2 at home to the Knicks. And then they won Game 3, I think, and they were losing pretty badly in Game 4 to go down 3-1 when Tatum blew that Achilles. So that series was already over. They had already choked that away. They had already crapped themselves on their title defense year. And people just want to use the Tatum injury to mask that and cover it up. No. It wasn't like a KD situation with Golden State, where when he ruptured that Achilles, they were going to win that series and three-peat against Toronto if he didn't get hurt. That's kind of the hindsight that I hear the Tatum injury painted with from last season. Nah, they lost that series. That series was over when he got hurt. And now tonight, or into the offseason perhaps, the organization and some delusional fans of the Celtics might want to say, oh, well, if Tatum had played. No, well, what if nothing? They were up 3-1. They had 2 chances to close this out before Tatum didn't play tonight. They were 11.5-point favorites to close this out at home in Game 5, and they threw up on themselves, lost by 14 or 15 as 11.5-point favorites in that game to close the series. Then they go and get worked in Philly, and now tonight, basically, for the most part, a wire-to-wire 76ers win. They just look like the better team all night, and Boston never really could get over the hump. So where they go from here, who knows? I know if it's me, if I'm the ownership group, I want to just blow this whole thing up, tear it all down. You got to keep Brown and Tatum and just build around them. Hey, look, maybe they want Jamal Murray. Maybe we could work something out. Denver, pick up the phone if Boston calls. Guys, we're here. It's Skap Live After Dark. Welcome into all of you. It is a Saturday night, 11:11 on the East Coast. Make a wish if you're on the East Coast, like moderator Gary and myself. We got about 650 people cruising in here with us on a Saturday night. Not a bad turnout. Shout out to all of you Boston fans if you're in here. See if you can wipe the egg off your face. Hey, misery loves company. You know, it was a pretty bad couple days for me as a Nuggets fan, obviously. So welcome into you guys. We've got some super chats lined up. We can address those. There's a lot of things we could talk about. We got big game sevens looming. Tomorrow we can kind of set the stage in the West. All the West is set. So we know what those second round series are going to look like. We could talk about whatever you guys want, obviously, taking whatever direction you want. We're nearing the 30-minute mark here of the show. Let's go ahead and I'll pause. I'll wet my whistle with a little drink and welcome in moderator Gary. What's up, brother? Say hi, everybody, will you?
So, how about Derek White to the Nuggets for Jamal Murray? Jamal Murray's supposed to be more valuable, but we'll take a loss. We'll go ahead and give you the more valuable players straight up. What do you think about that, Skap?
Murray, who'd you say?
Murray for Derek White. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through? Because you've been lagging a bit from your end. Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't. Yeah, it looks like the Incorruptible is telling me I'm lagging too. Your video is on very bad quality. Something is wrong. Well, let me see if I could just switch up to my phone's hotspot. Stand by. Gary, can give me a thumbs up if you can see me still.
Now you're frozen. I can see you, but you're frozen. We'll see. All right, guys, stand by momentarily. Technical difficulties, but he will get this figured out.
How are we doing, Gary? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you. You're not lagging for me right now. We'll see.
All right, I've switched to my
chat.
Yes, I've switched to my phone's hotspot. So sorry about that, guys. Thanks for bearing with me. Yes, we still do have that echo issue with moderator Gary, but we'll mute his mic whenever I'm talking. Okay, perfect. I'm sorry about the Wi-Fi here. My internet has just been not good the last couple lives. So I've switched to my hotspot. Thank you guys for letting me know, Gary. Thank you. Derek White for Jamal Murray. Hell yeah. Yeah, I would take that. And I would take that in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? He can defend. He probably would play bigger in big moments than Jamal Murray. Derek White tonight, by the way, didn't really hit the shots. Unfortunately for the Boston Celtics, 26 points for him, but on 9 of 26 shooting, 5 of 16 from the three-point line. That is a Jamal Murray-esque game, actually. But I would still do that. I would make that swap, no doubt about it. I don't think the Boston Celtics, I don't think they really want that, though. They've already got Tatum and Brown are already two kind of ball-centric players. I don't think Jamal Murray necessarily fits in that context, but I would make that move in a heartbeat. Yes, Derek White for Murray straight up 100%. The contracts likely would not match. So, we would have to work some wizardry there. All joking aside, I've been saying to trade Jamal Murray for 3 years now. Well, I've been saying they needed to cut ties with Jamal Murray for 3 years. I've been demanding and clamoring for a Jamal Murray trade for 2 years now. The contract is horrendous. It's one of the worst contracts in the NBA. He signed it at the time. It was like a $250 million contract. They still owe him like $150 million. It's 3 more years at 50 plus per year, 50 million next year, 54 million the following year, and 57 million in 2028, 2029. That is a horrendous contract. So they still owe him $150 million after this year. Look, he had no value. Look, people talk about Jamal Murray and try to overrate this guy and call him a playoff riser. Like last season, I mean, he was okay. In the regular season, people talk about this guy like he's some perennial all-star that gets snubbed every year. Last year in the regular season, 21 points per game, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. I mean, that's all right. I mean, last year was his career year, basically, before this year, where his average in terms of advanced metrics, in terms of like the metrics I talk about all the time, value over replacement, player efficiency rating, box plus minus, win share, like in terms of those metrics, he was like the 55th best player in the NBA. So 21 points per game, and his standard stats are never awing or breathtaking. 21 points per game, 6 assists, 4 rebounds last year in only 67 games, by the way. That's the other element of this. Go back all the way to 2019, 2020. He played in 59 games, missed all the playoffs. I'm sorry, he did not miss the playoffs. He just played in 59 games in 2020. In 2021, he played in only 48 games, missed the playoffs. In 2021, 2022, played in no games all year, played in no playoff games all year. Then after that, the 3 years before this season, 65 games played, 59 games played, 67 games played. So, I mean, in a 6-year span of time going into this year, 59 games, 48 games, 0 games, 65 games, 59 games, 67 games. The dude can't make it out of the 60s while being an all right player, like the 50 to 60th best player in the NBA, and missing 20 plus games every year and being hurt and terrible in the playoffs. $50 million a year for that guy. So one of the worst contracts in the league, one of the worst second best players in the league. Now, finally, he plays 75 games this year, has a legitimate great year, an all-star year. He's going to be all-NBA third team. 25 points per game, 7 assists on elite shooting splits, 48 from the field, 44 from the three-point line, and 89 from the free throw line. Elite year, all to go into the playoffs and shit his pants. So, like, it's time to get rid of him. His value is actually crazy high right now. Like, the last 3 years, teams would have laughed in your face if you called up and said, yo, how'd you like to take this $250 million contract for this dude who's like 20 points per game in the regular season, misses 25 games, and then stinks in the playoffs? But now he actually does have value. You got to capitalize, get him off the books, and bring in whatever, 2 to 3 pieces, like athletic wing pieces. You've got to do it. I know there's teams, people are speculating Detroit or maybe the Orlando Magic would be an ideal trade partner with the Denver Nuggets for the services of Jamal Murray. Obviously, I'd love to get rid of Christian Brown. No one's taking that contract. And if you can get out from under the weight of the Aaron Gordon contract, you got to make that move too. So, yes, to answer your question, though, Gary, if the Celtics were foolish enough to want to make a Derek White swap, now I don't know. Let's check out the Boston Celtics contracts, actually. I'm pretty sure White's on a massive contract too. Well, he's got 3 years left after this year at only 30 per. So they owe him, $90 million over the next 3 years still. So yeah, you need to throw something else in to make that work, to make those contracts work. Next season, $180 million on the books already for the Boston Celtics. You've got Jason Tatum for 58, Jaylen Brown for 57, Derek White for 30. And then other than that, just small contracts, really. Sam Hauser for $10 million, Pritchard for $7 million, and then just a bunch of $2 million contracts the rest of the way, including some team options. So look, some decisions need to be made in Boston next year, or this summer, I should say, for next year. You've got Tatum and Brown under contract along with White for several years to come. 3 years still for all 3 of those players. So you would expect that those 3 players that nothing's happening with them, but the rest of this team could realistically turn over pretty significantly. Again, this is like a franchise defining loss, kind of just like the Denver Nuggets suffered. Like, it's a loss so stinky and so pathetic that you would think that substantial changes need to be made. Now, we've been kind of talking about the Denver Nuggets in unison with these Celtics because the Nuggets were so bummish in their way out, and the fact that they've shown they can't compete now for several years recently. So, like, second round exits the last 2 years, first round exit this year. Like, we know it's not working. You know you have to change it. They're maxed out. They're up against the second apron. There's little things they can do to significantly change the outlook of that roster other than trading their big one chip that they've got, Jamal Murray, if you're not going to trade or really consider trading Nikola Jokic, which I wouldn't put anything past the Kroenke family. That is a very cheap ownership group. They do everything to mitigate costs and expenditures and remain in the black, so to speak, out of the red. So it's going to be interesting to see. Like, maybe they are thinking, hey, we're paying this dude 57, 60 million ish. We've got 50 million to Murray, 30 million to Gordon. For what? To lose in the first round, to lose in the second round, back-to-back years? Maybe they will shock the world this summer and decide to trade Nikola Jokic. But something crazy is going to happen because the Kroenkes, they don't scratch apron check. They don't pay penalties for teams even when they're winning and exceeding or succeeding, I should say, and exceeding expectations, let alone if they're underwhelming, going below expectations and losing early on in the playoffs. It's crazy to me how cheap the Kroenke family is. They are it's just so utterly laughable that this guy who has amassed a multimedia conglomerate, like just this beast entity. They own, I don't even know how many stations and so forth, but Kroenke himself was worth several hundreds of millions of dollars. And then he married Ann Walton. For those of you who do not know, Ann Walton is a principal heiress to the Walmart fortune. So the Kroenke multimedia fortune merged with the Walmart fortune, and yet this is one of the cheapest ownership groups across sports, and they own a lot. They own an NHL team. They have, I don't know much about soccer, but I know they have a pretty famous and well-known soccer team in whatever. I don't know shit about soccer, so I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to speculate anything about his ownership in there. But I think someone in the Premier League. Anyway, he typically operates out of the red. Go ahead, Gary.
I wanted to ask you, I forgive my ignorance, you and the chat, but can you elaborate? This dude on the Celtics, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I've never seen him until tonight. Neemias Quet, how do you pronounce his name? Queta?
Yeah, Gary, there was a huge differential of starting. Like I said, they are my guy and maybe yours. I don't know. What is your thoughts on Joe Mazzulla, Gary? You like that guy?
I like him okay. I like the way that he doesn't allow the media to like bully him, because I've seen them try to talk to him about like woke issues, and he'll just glare at them, and then he'll flip it around and mention something about Christianity and shut them up. I think that's kind of funny. I think he's a leader, I think. But I don't know if he's like a great coach. But that Quetta guy looked like a beast, and I would love to swap just him out for Jamal Murray. That's what I was going to ask you. Who is that guy?
Well, I'll tell you this. He would have to be one of those throw-ins. A team option on him next year for $2.6 million. So that's it. He's not owed anything else after that. And it's a team option for $2.6 million. $2.6 million in the NBA. That's like minimum wage. That's like one of the lowest paid players in the NBA basically at this point. But yeah, he's He's been in the NBA for several years, Gary. 5 years in the league now. He's 26 years old. Big year for him this year. A big 3 points per game his first year, 2.4 points his second year, 5.5 in 2024, and 5 points per game last year, but 10 points and 8 rebounds a game this year in only 25 minutes a game. So, yeah, a really nice season from him. He's Portuguese, and he is a beast. 7 foot, 250 pounds. But yeah, he's only owed 2.6 on a team option next year, so that he would have to be one of those throw-in things that they sprinkle on in the deal. But my point on Mazzulla was he changed out a lot of the starting lineup tonight from the rest of the series. Obviously, Tatum was out, but 3 different guys installed in the starting lineup tonight by Mazzulla, which is like a crazy change, I think, into a Game 7. But Joe Mazzulla, look, say what you will about him. I said a lot about him after they lost to the Heat in that series back in 2023. Like, he's 37 still. He turns 38 on June 30th. So just one of the youngest players, or one of the youngest coaches in the NBA. This guy's resume, when he got installed in 2022, which, do the math, Gary, it's 2026. He was like 33, 34 years old when he was given that starting job, or that head coaching job. This was his resume. From 2011 to 2013, Glenville State assistant. From 2013 to 2016, Fairmont State assistant. From 2016 to 2017, the Maine Red Claws assistant. From 2017 to 2019, Fairmont State head coach. So 2 years of head coaching experience at Fairmont State. Fairmont State, who, of course, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Fairmont State Fighting Falcons. They are an athletic team that represents Fairmont State University, located in Fairmont, West Virginia, NCAA Division II intercollegiate sports. So he had a 2-year stint as a Division II head coach before getting a Boston Celtics assistant job from 2019 to 2022. That's it. That's the resume. At 34, to be entrusted with one of the 2 most storied teams in league history. It's the Celtics and the Lakers. One of the 2 most storied franchises in league history, with, to me, one of the 2 best lineups in the NBA for like 5+ years. This guy, 34, with a nothing resume, gets given it, shits himself in 2023. Pathetic to lose that series with that roster against the 8 seed. But you fall into an 0-3 hole, whatever. You storm all the way back, still lose Game 7. You win the championship, fine, whatever. Last year, a subpar, pathetic second-round disappearing act before the Tatum injury on the title defense year. And now this. Like, you got to fire Joe Mazzulla, in my estimation. Like, you don't have time in sports to mess around with years of lost opportunities. Like, the Denver Nuggets players, again, these 2 teams seem intrinsically connected. They won back-to-back titles, remember. The Nuggets in 23 and the Celtics then in 24. I would fire Adelman too. Like, he was made the head coach last year with 4 games left in the regular season. They had an overachieving playoff run, basically, some would say, by winning the first series against the Clippers, then taking the Thunder to 7. It made sense to me that they would give him the head job after that run in last year's playoffs, where they played pretty good defense. They looked a lot better than what they showed to end the season. So I didn't have any problem with elevating Adelman to the I guess he was the interim coach in that playoff run, to give him the full spot. But now, like, you're exposed this year. Like, you're a bum, Adelman. You got to go. Go ahead, Gary.
Someone in the chat made a good point. They're saying Joe Mazzulla overachieved this season with a roster full of nobodies. Look how good they were doing before Tatum got there. Isn't that on Joe Mazzulla along with Jaylen Brown?
Listen, I started my little monologue to begin this show giving Joe Mazzulla credit, saying that I was wrong about him, that he had proven me wrong. But he just proved me right. I just take back all of the credit I gave him on the strength of this collapse job in the postseason. Because he had a great regular season without Tatum, but you had Tatum in this playoff run. Like, yes, Tatum sat out, but Tatum was in until tonight, and they were up 3-1. And like I said, they had 2 other opportunities to close out this series, including at home in Game 5 as 11.5-point favorites, and you failed. And ultimately, as I said with the Nuggets, and I will say and echo it now as with the Celtics, sports are a results-driven industry. You produce or you fail. You win or you lose. Like, their history does not understand context, only results, just like sports. So all we know is in the big moments in the postseason, Joe Mazzulla has failed in significant moments multiple times, and you can't throw away any more of the Tatum and Brown era. You got to make decisions quickly. You have to be bold. And like with the Denver Nuggets, if you see it's not working, 1 year is 1 year. Like, he had 1 full year, 4 games to end last year. Did Adelman, the playoffs games that we saw from them, which was 14 games in the playoffs last year, then a whole regular season, which, look, Gary, Adelman did a great job, and he did a great job too this year in the regular season. 54 wins for the Denver Nuggets this year. Nikola Jokic missed 16 games. Aaron Gordon missed 50 games. Peyton Watson missed like 30 games. Like, their whole roster was turned on. Cam Johnson missed like 25 games. Jonas Valanciunas missed like 15, 20 games. The same overlap that Jokic was out. They had like no center for a month, and they still win 54 games, but I don't care. You look like shit when it matters in the playoffs. You're gone. Hit the bricks, pal, because you're going out. You ever see Gary Glenn Ross with Alec Baldwin?
I did monologues in my theater class with that. I memorized the whole, you see this watch? You see this watch?
It's a great monologue, and I just love it in these instances. Hit the bricks, pal. All right? Because you're going nowhere. You're going out. Coffee is for closers, Gary. And obviously, Adelman and Mazzulla are not closers. They're chokers. So they got to go. Go ahead, Gary. You want to add something in here?
Yeah, I got to. Okay, I'm not totally disagreeing, but I'm going to scramble this a bit. I think it all falls. I don't care. I'm a Kobe Bryant guy. Okay? Kobe Bryant is not going to sit out with knee stiffness. I'm sorry. This is all on Jason Tatum. I'm getting worked up now because, and I'm not even a Celtics fan, I just can't stand watching guys just show no heart. Look what Embiid did. He flipped the script. He went in and he exhibited a Kobe Bryant type of hustle tonight. This is what I'm getting at. The Sixers are not your typical 7 seed because Embiid's been, if Embiid played the whole year, the Sixers would probably be a 3 or 4 seed, maybe even a 2 seed. So when you throw him back into the series halfway through it, all of a sudden the Sixers are much better. And then you take Tatum out of Game 7. I don't think it falls on the Boston coach.
Here's the thing, Gary. This is why I disagree. Because the context of the series mattered going into that when Embiid came back and started impacting it. Like, when Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo went out of that series, the whole world thought the Nuggets are going to win this series. They're down 3-1, but they're going to win 3 straight because they're significantly better, you would think, when there's no Anthony Edwards and no DiVincenzo. And then Ayo Dosunmu also got hurt, who was like their savior guard without those 2 guys. But the reason why I knew that wasn't going to happen is because simply teams don't come back from 3-1 and 3-0. I talked about this in the Lakers context for that series and in the Nuggets series. These are NBA teams Like, it doesn't matter who you're missing or whatever. Like, it is hard to have a positive variance game for 3 straight games. Or conversely, for your opponent who's a good team to have 3 negative variance games in a row. There's a reason why. Teams to go down 3-1 entering these playoffs were 13 and 258 all-time in NBA history. That's an implied win percentage for the Boston Celtics of 96% when they went up 3-1. So, like, okay, you throw Embiid back in, who Gary clearly isn't himself on the full court from a full court standpoint. Like, yes, credit to Embiid, the heart he's shown. He entered the game tonight again, like I said, before tonight's game, 26 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists on 43% shooting. Look, Nikola Jokic just produced a stat line. He scored more than Embiid per game coming into tonight with more rebounds, more assists on higher shooting percentage. And everyone thinks Nikola Jokic is the bum of the year for losing his series. Embiid, everyone thinks he's had this amazing series. And I think he did. But like defensively, he's just not there because of his physical limitations. Like Embiid used to be an impactor on the defensive side. He was a factor on that side when he was healthy, which he's not. So like you factor in him coming back in, you account for the Tatum injury, but still you got to find a way to 1 win in the last 3 after you've taken the 3-1 lead. Gary, I'm with you. When you throw in Embiid and you factor in Tatum's not going to be there, like if the series started that way, okay, like I'm with you, but it didn't start that way. It was 3-1. Like, so if the Nuggets just didn't have Anthony Edwards or Dante DiVincenzo from the beginning and it was 0-0, then yeah, the Nuggets are going to win that series. But when they're in a 3-1 hole all of a sudden, even without those guys, they're going to find a way to 1 win because most teams always will, Gary, or I should say 258 out of 270 teams all time have. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay, I know this is going to sound blasphemous, and I'm a bigger Anthony Edwards fan than you are, but Denver's kryptonite is length, and Edwards and Dante don't have those long arms the way that McDaniels and Naz Reid and Gobert do, and I think that Edwards not being there actually, I know it's going to sound funny, I think it actually benefited Minnesota for this matchup. Not going forward, maybe not not against the Spurs, maybe not, but for the Denver Nuggets, that was their kryptonite, was the length, and Edwards and Dante being out, I think actually benefited Minnesota just for the matchup against the Nuggets.
Gary, let me say this real quick it's just an unrelated topic. It's not really factoring into this conversation about blown 3-1 leads in any way, shape, or form. Anthony Edwards is actually really not that important or valuable to the Timberwolves. Like, I know people think I'm just a complete hater and I hate Anthony Edwards because they beat the Nuggets in 23, whatever. Like, that's not it. I actually like Anthony Edwards. I get a bad rap on some of these players. Like, I'm plugged as like a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander hater. Not true. I love his game. I love his understated nature. I love his mentality. And I think he has the opportunity to earn the mantle of best player alive this year with an impressive postseason run. And if he goes through the San Antonio Spurs. I also love Anthony Edwards. I love his alpha mentality. There's not many guys in the NBA that have that anymore. But in terms of his impact on the team, it's just not that valuable, quite frankly. During the regular season this year, his on-offs and net swings were negatives. Like, he was a negative influencer for his team this year. He just was. Like, people think that I have an over-reliance to the numbers. That's just simply not true. But the numbers do, at some point, they draw a picture. They do explain a lot of things. On-offs and net swings, they are undeniable and they are undefeated. Like, they take every single second you're on the court all year long and every single second you're off the court all year long, and they average out how your team performs when you're on and off the floor for every second of the year. And then aggregate that out, and it produces what value you add to your team, how many points you add or how many points you lose. Nikola Jokic is an on-off god. Like, he's typically floating around plus 20, meaning that for the last like three or 4 years, when he's on the court, his team is 20 points better per 100 possessions than without. No better value than that. This year was one of his worst years, a down year for Nikola Jokic in that regard. He was plus 13.5 in the regular season. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was like plus 8 or plus 9. Anthony Edwards this year was minus 0.2. Like, he's a net even. Like, he doesn't add anything to them. Like, he does, like, offensively, they were 5 points better with him on the floor. But defensively, they lost 5.4 points. So, like, when you add it all up, negative 0.2 in the regular season. And by the way, that was worse until the last, like, 2 weeks. Like, he was like a minus 3 until the last 2 weeks. And then he sat out, and they sat a bunch of other players out, and they lost and looked terrible the last few weeks leading into the playoffs. So that actually neutralized to around an even. He was like minus 2 or 3. In the postseason, before he got hurt this round, he was minus 5. Minus 5. So, like, offensively, they were 10 points worse with him on the floor in these playoffs against the so I don't want to get sidetracked, but like, what you're saying isn't crazy, because Edwards just simply isn't that valuable. He's an elite player. I mean, when you look at what he does as an individual talent on the floor, he's undeniably a top 10 player. He's going to make second team All-NBA this year. A great year for him across the board. 28.8 points per game this year, 5 rebounds, 3.5 assists on 49% shooting from the field, 40% shooting from the three-point line. He's an elite talent. The one knock, I guess, this year, you could say he only played 61 games. But before this year, he's in the 70s every year. He played 72 games his first year, which was a shortened year, so that was every game. He played in every game his rookie season, then 72 the following year, and then 79 3 straight years in a row. So the guy's very durable as well. He can play on both ends of the ball as well. So I like him, but the way he plays, it doesn't necessarily impact the Timberwolves in a positive way. So it's not crazy, Gary, what you're saying at all. But in terms of as it stands for this series and Joe Mazzulla and Adelman's futures with these teams, I would 100% make a move. I think the Nuggets are probably going to fire Adelman, and I think they will trade Jamal Murray. An organization which has sat on its hands for years around Jokic. I think they will trade Murray, and I think they will try to trade a couple things if they can get rid of them this year and fire Adelman. The Celtics, I don't see many changes. I think Mazzulla will be back, and White, Brown, and Tatum will also be back, in my estimation. Guys, we're approaching the hour mark. Go ahead, Gary.
I want Denver desperately to hire Thibodeau and get rid of Murray. And I think they will be right back in the thick of things.
I've seen some compelling trade draw-ups or suggestions or proposals, if you will, primarily percolating around, like I mentioned, the Magic and the Pistons. There's a third team that makes sense that I've seen, that I've looked at a couple different proposals, but the Magic just makes so much sense because they are getting exposed in the half court. Like, they need a true point, floor kind of general, which isn't really even Jamal Murray, but he can at least get Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero in the right kind of action, get them the right looks, and he can provide a reliable half-court scorer. Well, you would think he wasn't a reliable half-court scorer at all for the Nuggets in these playoffs, but it just makes sense because Orlando also has a wealth of long defenders. So that just seems to be a perfect marriage where the Nuggets can offload Murray for 3 guys for the Magic that are long, athletic, and on smaller, lesser contracts. It just makes all the sense to me. Then you can keep Cam Johnson and Peyton Watson. And now all of a sudden you fully reset that. Like if you get 3 lengthy defenders from the Magic or even the Pistons, I've seen some mentions of some Pistons deals too, but you get 2 or 3 long defensive athletic studs and then pair that around Jokic with Watson and Cam Johnson, like that's a full reset. Like now I feel a lot better about the Nuggets going forward over the next couple years. So there's some things that make sense, and I think they're going to do it. The Celtics, though, they're not doing anything in my estimation. Go ahead, Gary. Hop back in.
I know this is an insane hypothetical. It's just a funny thought. But what would you think about this? How good do you think Denver would be if they, and it wouldn't happen because of the animosity, but if they somehow acquired Jaden McDaniels, who, by the way, is on the same contract, to your point, as Christian Brown. They're on the 5-year, $125 million, same contract. What would you think about McDaniels playing with Jokic on the Nuggets?
I would love that. And I think Jokic would love it too. It would strike me as like remember Matt Barnes had that Kobe when Matt Barnes tried to throw the ball in Kobe's face on that out of bounds or he was like pump faking to try to get Kobe to flinch, and Kobe, like a complete and utter boss that he was, just stood there and didn't move. Like the ball brushed his nose. It was so close and he didn't even blink. But there was bad blood for years between Barnes and Kobe. Barnes went and played with Kobe in LA and they got along great. Same with Ron Artest. Like Kobe and Ron Artest had battles. But it worked because he's a competitor and he wants to win. Same with Jokic. I think he would love playing with Jaden. And quite frankly, I would love to have Jaden if I was a Denver Nuggets fan. What about Jamal Murray and who else can we send that way? What about Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon to the Timberwolves for Rudy Gobert and Jaden McDaniels? I'll do that in a heartbeat. If I was Denver. You kidding me? But yeah, I don't think that is going to happen, unfortunately. But there are some good trade proposals, ones that make a lot of sense for both teams, by the way, between the Nuggets and other teams. Like, I'm not looking for a superstar. Like, I'm not saying go get Giannis, or I'm not making unrealistic expectations or suggestions. I'm just saying Jamal Murray is a coveted piece at this point. Like I said, last year in his career year, he was like the 55th best player. In those advanced metrics across the board this year, he's like a top 20 player. And he's going to be an all-NBA third-team selection, which would indicate he's a top 15 player in the minds and the eyes of the writers that vote on those things. So suggesting that you can get 2 or 3, raw guys that maybe are 10 to 15 point per game scorers, but that they're good defenders on small contracts, like that's not an unrealistic expectation to get back for Jamal Murray. So I think that they should and will do something big in the offseason. The Celtics are probably just going to say, hey, listen, this was a crazy bridge year. Tatum was never really right. He got back from the Achilles. He gave it his all. He wasn't able to go in Game 7. If we had everybody back in a whole year, plus, look, maybe they do some small things around the margins. Like Nikola Vucevic, he's expiring. He's coming off the books. He was $21 million this year, so you free 20 there. You've got team options, a bunch of small team options, like 3 or 4 team options for a total of like $8 or $9 million. That could be like $30 million coming off the books this summer. You go out and you get some piece to add to the Tatum, Brown, and White, going healthy with everybody next year. I think that's probably the more realistic and feasible path for the Celtics moving forward. But Gary, we're at the hour mark now here. It is approaching midnight on the East Coast in the good old US of A, where you and I are hailing from. We still got about 600 people in here right now who have fought through my internet issues and my video lagging and inconsistencies. I think, Gary, can I just see a thumbs up? Have I been good since I switched to my hotspot? Perfect. So thank you guys who stuck with me through that technical difficulties. We've got 13 super chats lined up now. I think we should probably hit some of these and see what direction you guys want to take it in. Actually, it is the Human Fund CEO who I think has led off the old sponsor area of super chat questions the last few shows that I've been on. So Human Fund, thank you. And shout out to you and your terrific Seinfeld reference in your handle. I love it. Maybe the only suggestion I would suggest for tinkering, he's got some cartoon avatar. I think that's like what is that? Something from the Despicable Me or something. What are those things called? Those little yellow things?
Minions?
Yeah, minions. The only thing I could suggest is maybe Costanza becomes your new avatar as the Human Fund CEO, which is, of course, Costanza. Or maybe you can get Kauger in there as your avatar. But go ahead, Gary, with the Human Fund. Thank you so much for your continued support of us here and your generosity, Gary. What is the question or comment tonight from the Human Fund CEO?
What's your take on LaFlop's latest ESPN comment on GOAT?
Just another insufferable and pathetic cry for help from this guy. I guess not even a cry for help, just a cry for his damn respect. Do you remember after the Lakers won the bubble championship behind Anthony Davis, who led the NBA playoffs that year in win shares and scoring and anchored the Lakers defense? After that series, which again is just one of the most pathetic, asterisk-laden championships in league history, LeBron sat up there amongst the, 6 million people that watched that series. That is the least watched series, by the way, final series in NBA history, dating back like 70 years. It's one of only 3 series to draw less than 10 million viewers per game on average. And it was like 6.5 million on average watch that series. During the COVID lockdown, where there's nothing else to do, nobody cared about that series whatsoever. So around the 6.5 million people that watched, LeBron sat there and said, I want my damn respect. So I think this is just a cry for his damn respect. LeBron I don't know why he keeps insinuating and inserting himself into this conversation, why he wants to have it all the time. Because really all it does is point to his failures. So I don't get it, Human Fund. I'll tell you this. It's not surprising. This guy's been calling himself the GOAT since 2016. It is the Lord's year of 2026. So it has been a decade strong of LeBron thinking and calling himself the GOAT. Again, this guy brings live goats to engagements. He shows up with live goats. He has his wife call him the GOAT when she introduces him at the ESPY Awards. He tells his son that he can call him the GOAT. He calls himself the GOAT in horse games against his other son that is posted on social media. So this guy just humiliatingly has been going around there for 10 years calling himself the GOAT. And all it does, again, is call into question and illuminate his vast and imperceptible amounts of failures throughout his career. What is Michael Jordan's, what are the blemishes on that dude's career? What? Oh, he didn't win against the Pistons with Scottie Pippen going invisible man, with Scottie Pippen going Jamal Murray for multiple years back to back. And then him not having a single all-star in other years early in his career when he was losing to the Boston Celtics. He lost to the Larry Bird Boston Celtics 2 years to start his career. And then 3 years in a row to the Bad Boy Pistons, who were an established veteran-laden team with multiple Hall of Famers, and he had no all-stars, did Jordan. Then he got an all-star in Scottie Pippen, and Pippen crapped himself multiple years. So again, Jamal Murray-like performances from him. That's the critique on Jordan. And then after that, it's any year that dude had an all-star on his team, he won the NBA championship for 6 straight years while being the best defensive player at his position for a decade straight and scoring and leading the league in scoring 10 times. What's the blemish on that dude's career? 6 finals appearances, 6 wins, never even went to a game 7, 6 finals MVPs. He has no blemish. There is no weakness. But like, so LeBron throwing himself in to that convo, it's humiliating to him. Like, I don't let other people do your work, dog. Like, I get crushed on this platform because of my continued defense of Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic, in his press conference following that loss in Game 6 to the Timberwolves, opened up the questioning by saying, I was terrible. I didn't make shots. I didn't get anybody else involved. That's on me. Like, that was his comments. He takes culpability for that. Then he said, if we were in Serbia, we would all be fired. Like, that was as harsh as the criticism that he leveled against anybody in his organization or on his roster, was we would all be fired, putting himself in the mix with his teammates and saying that he played bad. He couldn't make shots. He couldn't get anybody open. Like, it's not up to him to make excuses. It's up to other people. Just like it's not up to LeBron James to make his GOAT debate or make his GOAT case. It's up to other people. Bro, pretend like you're an elite all-time NBA player. Like, just pretend, LeBron, like you have some shred of class and dignity, and let other people, like, have that be above you, bro. Like, have the mentality like, I am the best, but I put my work on the floor. It's up to other people to build that case. This guy is the most fragile, pathetic, like, I want to say sensitive guy in terms of his ego, outside of probably Kevin Durant as an all-time great that I've ever seen. Like, why do you keep doing this? I guess I understood it after the 2016 finals. Look, he's whatever, 30 years old. I get it. You're a grown man at 30, but you're still whatever. You can still kind of dismiss that as youthful exuberance or whatever. But like, this man is 41 freaking years old. Why are you still out there crying and whining and begging for people to call you the GOAT? Like, what are my thoughts on that, Human Fun? Pathetic. But like, I'm not surprised. It just is what it is. It's what we should come to expect from LeBron James at this point. And in that interview, which was wide ranging, he talks about all the things that he thinks he just does things better than Michael Jordan. Like what? Like definitely not win or impact teams, because he's had more help, way more help than Michael Jordan to win way less. Michael Jordan played 15 NBA seasons, but not really. Like, he broke his leg in his second year, played only 15 games or something like that. He retired for the better part of 2 years in the mid-90s. He missed an entire season. Then he came back and played like 16 or 17 games that year. So that's 2 years where he played under 20 games. And then he retired 2 more years before coming back and playing 2 years at 39 and 40 with just a struggling Wizards organization. A team that had no desire really or expectations to succeed or compete. LeBron James has maximized the lineups around him for every year since he was like 26 years old, and he's 41. So the fact that Jordan realistically, feasibly played like 11 years and won 6 titles, LeBron has been out here hustling and building super teams and maximizing his winning window for 23 years to win 4. Like, what does LeBron do better than Jordan? Rebound? Not really, not even. Jordan's realistically a better rebounder than LeBron in my estimation, as from the guard spot. LeBron's 6'8". I guess maybe I would give LeBron the check mark in passing. I guess I would, but that's about it. Like as a distributor, that's about it. Like Jordan, an exponentially better scorer, an exponentially better defender, an exponentially better leader, and an exponentially better winner. LeBron, you're not in the convo, my guy. Like, just stop. Take your own name out your mouth and just shut up and let other people, let the jock sniffers and the bootlickers build your case, my friend. Do less, LeBron. Do less. Go ahead, Gary.
And Kobe never compared himself to Jordan. You know what he was doing secretly behind the scenes was playing hard and just hoping to earn Jordan's respect.
Gary, that's what all these great players do. Do all of them yet? Oh, did Kobe think he was the best player ever? Sure, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he thought he could beat Michael Jordan. And he jokingly, as friends and stuff, I'm sure Kobe many times individually said to Mike, like, I'll beat your ass one-on-one, or I would have beat you one-on-one in our prime.
Yes, he did.
But like, he's not out here running around twerking all over social media for 10 years saying he's the GOAT. Like, there's no class or dignity in that. There's no respect given for that. Like, none of these
others say that. You don't say that yourself. You let the media and the fans say that for you. They weren't saying that. He was impatient because he thought everyone should have been saying that after the 2016 finals. No one was. And if you look, and this is what I told you, watch the clip when he says, well, that one right there made me the greatest player of all time. That's how I feel. Watch him subtly glance over at Rich Paul because he's waiting for approval. That's all it's ever been with him, and he's still doing it 10 years later.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sad. But like, to your point, like, these guys don't say that out loud. Like Wilt Chamberlain, I know he thinks, rest in peace, Wilt. Wilt died many years ago, in his 60s. But I know he thought that he was the best player. I know that he thought he was the GOAT. But like, these players, like, none of these guys say that shit. They think, sure, they think these are elite athletes, and many of them elite competitors. Like, of course they think like that. Of course, if you get into the discussion of the top 10 greatest players ever in NBA history, of course you think you're the best. Of course you have that mentality, but you don't continually plug yourself and call yourself the greatest player of all time. It's ridiculous because it's disrespectful to all the greats that came before, and it just makes you look and sound desperate and pathetic. So I just don't.
Jordan doesn't say it. Jordan doesn't say it. What's he say? He says exactly what you said. He talks about the other eras. We say it for him.
Which is the way it should be. When you're great at something, other people tell you about it, right? Other people talk about it. You don't have to tell other people about your own greatness. Like, that's the old adage, and it is very true and applicable in the sense of LeBron James and his unending GOAT musings. Next in, we've got Pocket Cheese 69. That's a funny name. Pocket Cheese, welcome in. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you for the support here. Gary, what's the question or comment from Pocket Cheese?
Shout out to that icon. If you remember that famous
scene. Oh, yes. I was like, what's Gary doing?
Gary's having a heart attack, isn't he? Yes. My Sixers finally did it. Enough to make a grown man cry. 1982 is a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy. Before my lifetime, not much before, unfortunately. I was born pretty shortly after that time frame. Luckily, I'm not that old or older. I already feel old enough. But yes, 1982, I mentioned this in the open off the top. The last time the Philadelphia 76ers beat the Boston Celtics in the postseason was 1982, which is just outrageous to think about that. And there has been some recent struggles against them in the Joel Embiid era. But yes, finally, at long last, your Philadelphia 76ers are over the hump. And I lived in Philly for a number of years, and I used to go to several games a year when I lived there. I didn't have season tickets, but I went to several games there a year, every year. And every year that Kobe came home to Philly, I was there for that game. I think he passed Shaquille O'Neal on the all-time scoring list one year in December, right around my birthday one year. So that was awesome. But Philly fans, look, they're in the mix. Like, they get praised and they get criticisms. They are a very demanding sports fan base. They do have some bummish exploits from time to time and do crazy things. But say what you will about them, they are a passionate, knowledgeable sports fan base, and they do love their 76ers. So shout out to all of you Philly guys and girls out there on this night. Kudos, congratulations. You get over the hump against Boston head-to-head. You get to the second round, and there's going to be another, like, kind of historic rivalry now, the Knicks and the 76ers. The Knicks trying to get into the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. The 76ers trying to get into the NBA Finals for the first time since 2001. So about a half a century drought for these two historic teams who, by the way, haven't won an NBA championship since the 70s for the Knicks, early 70s, and the 83 year for the 76ers. So that's going to be a contentious, hard-fought series next round in the semis, and I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait for that series now all of a sudden. The Incorruptible is in next, a regular, obviously, here in the Skap Live After Dark sponsor area. And just the Incorruptible, I got to give you a shout-out every time. You're always in there early, watches all my videos as soon as I post them, comments on them, likes them, like within the first 10 minutes of it being released. So shout out to the Incorruptible, who is a consistent supporter of me. I love you for that, brother. Gary, what's the question or comment?
Shout out to the Sixers fans in the chat, but any Eagles fans, you get banned. Automatic ban. I can't believe Embrittle put his body on the line, hustled, and showed up big tonight. That's exactly what I texted you before this live stream.
Yeah, Embiid for tonight, 39 minutes, despite that hampered whatever was happening in his lower body in the second half, was definitely noticeably laboring around and limping. Still gut checked it through for 39 minutes. And by the way, every other starter other than Oubre were in 40 minutes of playing time. 42 for George, 45 for Maxey, 44 for Edgecombe. But, well, you got to do that when you get only 3 points off the bench. But, yes, Embiid, 34 points tonight, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists. Big game for him, big game, and only 1 turnover. So, look, Embiid, he struggled. He's had his criticisms through his career, primarily with availability. But, I mean, let's call a spade here. Joel Embiid now, in his vast career, which, he's, of course, missed a couple years right off the top with injuries when he came out of Kansas. But, he's played in now 10 years in the league, but 2 years in 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016 that he didn't play. So he's actually been in the NBA for 12 years. His playoff record right now is 31-31. So just 500 in the postseason, only 31 playoff wins for Joel Embiid in a 10-year playing career, 12-year span in the NBA. And he's never, like I said, been out of the second round, not once. So, yes, shout out to him tonight, but, like, he owes it to Philadelphia. Like, the money this guy's made, I mean, let's see, like over $500 million, I believe, for Joel Embiid. Let's see. His contract right now is insane for how many injuries he has and the fact that he's basically just never going to play more than half the games probably any given year. But to this point in his NBA career, he's made $321 million already. And then he's owed another $130 million over the next 2. So, I mean, this guy's made like 500. When this contract expires, he will have made over $500 million in his NBA lifetime for 31 total playoff wins. So he's got a lot of stuff still to do and deliver for the city of brotherly love. Next in, we've got Vivid Sid. 94 is in. What's up, Vivid Sid? Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Gary, what's the question or comment?
Hi, Skap. Besides loyalty and bad teammates, what do your 2 idols, Kobe and Jokic, have in common in terms of actual basketball? I can't think of any.
Well, I can't see that Kobe Kobe I could see as a bad teammate. Jokic being a bad teammate is not right at all. I mean, Kobe, sure. Like Kobe was very demanding, very challenging on his teammates, very cold, honestly, standoffish, aloof, oftentimes with his teammates. And other than that, just very demanding and critical. So I could see Kobe being a bad teammate. Jokic is like the best teammate. He's like the best teammate ever, especially for a guy as great as he is. And the fact that he routinely delivers. Routinely. The guy's one of the clutchest players in the NBA. His playoff statistics over the last 6 years of his prime has been insane. 29, 13, and 8 per game in 67 playoff games over the last 6 years, while shooting 53% from the field in the playoffs over that span of time. Routinely delivers. And his teammates routinely crap themselves and abandon him when he needs them most. Like even in this game, this game on the road against Minnesota in game 6, 29 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds on 11 of 19 shooting. Jamal Murray, 4 of 17 for 12 points. Like just a complete vanishing act when he needs them most, and yet he's the most supportive of them. His support never wavers for them. He doesn't want anybody traded ever. He loves these guys. So to try to draw some correlation between Jokic and Kobe is outrageous. I see that the loyalty, Vivid Sid, is in quotations, indicating some sarcasm here, or that you think that they aren't loyal. Okay, but they are. Like, again, Kobe did, though, apply pressure on them. I'm not suggesting that he didn't. He did demand trades. He did demand teammates be traded and upgraded rosters be put around him. He did do all that, but he did stay and play 20 years in one jersey. That is loyalty. Like, he just was demanding of the front office and the organization to try to put some semblance of supporting cast around him in his prime because he had none. That's a good correlation. Kobe and Jokic, 2 of the greatest primes I've ever seen in my life, and 2 of the worst supporting casts in their primes that I've ever seen. So that's a good that would probably be the only actual commonality between these two would be bum, fraudulent, scrubbish organizations with loser front offices who flush their primes down the toilet. Kobe found a way, credit to him, and thankfully for him and his legacy, he found a way to get more rings, despite the fact that his organization sucked and sabotaged him. Jokic has only gotten the one. In terms of their playing style, well, there's no commonality. There's no similarities. And really, the only thing I like about both of them, or why I love both of them, is because they accepted the challenge with less to compete. Now, Kobe was one of the great winners in NBA history, despite having less. Jokic hasn't been as successful, obviously. He's got one, though, which is a big overachievement in my estimation. It's one more than he should have. So, but I love the fact that Jokic isn't whining and begging and crawling out of town to build super teams. That's one of the reasons why I love Jokic so much. And that's one of the reasons why I love Giannis so much. I speak very highly of Giannis as well. And I'm very complimentary, and I defend Giannis at every chance I get. Quite frankly, I haven't had the means or the opportunity or the reason to defend Giannis over the last several years because he just doesn't even play in the playoffs. But if he were playing and he were losing early on in the playoffs, which he did, Giannis lost in the first round to the Miami Heat as the number 1 seed in the playoffs a few years ago with the best record in the NBA playoffs. And he was the odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship. And he lost the 8th seed to Miami Heat. And I did nothing but defend Giannis in that series. 1, he got hurt and missed some games early. 2, his team sucks. His franchise sucks. His organization is lousy. Giannis has 1 more ring than he should have. I don't care. He could lose as many times in the first and second round as he wants, and he will have my unending and undying respect, admiration, and I will defend him with my last breath, just like Jokic, if I have to. But he just doesn't even play in the playoffs anymore. So I haven't had the need or been delivered the opportunity to defend him. But I love Giannis. The only two players I really respect in this era are Jokic and Giannis, because they are with bum organizations which have screwed them through their entire careers, and they never left, and they each won a championship. It looks like Giannis is on his way out now, which I endorse and I support, because he's played 12 years. And at some point, you just have to say a spade is a spade and a bum is a bum. And the Bucks are bums. And they have done nothing but handicap him and sabotage him. And it's time to go. And it's also time for Jokic to go. But he's not going to do it. In terms of their game style, Vivid, there are no similarities. Kobe Bryant was a ruthless, offensive killing machine that would stop at nothing to score and destroy your heart and your will by breaking you with his elite and prolific scoring, while being a dog defensively and one of the best defenders in the NBA throughout the course of his prime. Jokic, of course, is just a passably mediocre defender who gets crushed for being worse than he actually is, but still, he's not an elite level defender like Kobe. And while Jokic can score, this dude's dropped 60-point triple-doubles. He had a 56-point triple-double this year. He can score, but more of his mentality really is getting other people involved, facilitating, getting the best shot for his teammates. So there really are no similarities otherwise, Vivid. I probably spent too much time on that. That guy just really wanted to make fun of Kobe and Jokic. But I'll answer the questions as I do with all of these super chats. I do appreciate you guys being very generous and donating to us and supporting it. So I'm here to just answer and talk with you guys with whatever you want to do. Speaking of which, Stump 4522, thank you for your generous donation here. I appreciate it. Gary, what's the question or comment from Stump 4522?
Noticed how the team besides OKC the last 5 years since 2021 that won a championship either missed the playoffs and eliminated in first round.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of upheaval in the NBA. That's what the NBA wanted. That's what Silvers was working towards, was parity, was turnover, was having like teams be able to go from not that competitive to winning championships. Now, Oklahoma City, look, they're a mainstay. They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's a top 3 NBA player, maybe will be number 1. Maybe. We'll see. He had an amazing first round. 33.8 points per game, 55% shooting from the field, 4-game sweep of the Suns. Terrific. He's got the Lakers next. The Lakers have been an amazing defensive team this postseason. I talked about this in a video today. The Lakers allowed 116 points per 100 possessions defensively in the regular season, good for 20th best in the NBA. In the playoffs, they're allowing 105 points per 100 possessions, 11-point improvement year from the regular season to the playoffs, the 5th best team in the postseason. So a bottom 3rd defense in the regular season, a top 3rd defense in the postseason. So we'll see if SGA's offensive prowess and output continues on into the next series. He's flanked by a great defense. So he's got that. That's really Shai's supporting cast. You know, we talk about supporting cast. SGA, quite frankly, he's got Chet Holmgren, who is obviously the runner-up and defensive player of the year this year, and he'll get you like 17-9 as well. But really, Jalen Williams was his guy, and he's been unavailable all year and now into the playoffs. But Shai's real supporting cast is a historic defense. Would you believe, Gary, in chat, did you know Nikola Jokic's individual net defensive rating this year in the postseason in his 6-game series was 110, which means per 100 possessions, Jokic was on the floor in the playoffs. His team gave up 110 points per 100 possessions. It was the best number on his entire squad, and it was better than 8 of the 11 players on the Minnesota Timberwolves in that series. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's individual net defensive rating in 4 games played this postseason against the Phoenix Suns was 116, meaning that his team gave up per 100 possessions 116 points per 100. So Jokic, a 110 D rating compared to SGA's 116 D rating. But he doesn't have to worry about defense. That's why you can say, oh, well, Jokic, he basically stayed the same from the rate. He was much less efficient, but his numbers overall were pretty much similar in these playoffs to the regular season. Jokic 26, 13, and 9.5 in the playoffs, 27, 13, and 10.5 in the regular season. But you can say, oh, well, he got so much less efficient. Shea, just as efficient. But he doesn't have to play any defense at all. like realistically, his only responsibility is to score efficiently. Nonetheless, he's done it. He's done his job, and he is an elite offensive engine in his own right, SGA. And if they go on to win the NBA championship this year, Shea might be the best player in the NBA. I think I might be willing and ready to say that. I think that title might be up for grabs in the Western Conference Finals between Wembanyama and Shea. So we'll see how that shakes out. But yes, to Stump's point, the OKC Thunder look like the only holdover that's going to have consistent success because, again, they've got a top 3 player in the NBA and a great organization around him, building and putting great pieces around him and providing him a platform to succeed. And I think the San Antonio Spurs have done the same exact thing with Victor Wembanyama. So, Stump, while there has been turnover the last couple years and there has been parity, which is what Silvers has really wanted in this NBA, that day's coming to an end because the NBA will be run for the next several years to come by the Thunder and the Spurs. Like that rivalry now and the dynamic between those two teams is going to come to define probably the rest of this decade of the 2020s. Go ahead, Gary.
Scroll down before we jump to none of the above's comment about Embiid. Hey there, Luna. How are you doing there? Scroll down to the bottom because Vivids is clarifying what he meant. That he wasn't actually saying they were bad teammates, but had bad teammates, which is what I thought he originally meant, but I wasn't sure. But I'll go ahead and read this back to you, and you can respond. With Kobe and Jokic, I meant besides having bad teammates, not disrespecting either one, curious that you love both players with 0 basketball traits in common. Not sure what actual things you value.
Yeah, thanks, Vivid. Thanks for clarifying, and thank you again for a very generous donation. I appreciate you very much, and sorry to assume that you were trolling me. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I posted a video. I would urge all of you in the chat to go look. It's one of my favorite videos. It's probably the video that I worked the hardest or the longest on. The one that I procrastinated, I should say, probably the longest on producing my top 10 all-time list in NBA history. It's about a 30-minute video. I make a case for all 10 of my spots, why I have them, where I have them, etc. But my top 5 in order are Jordan at 1, Kobe at 2, Kareem at 3, Duncan at 4, and Hakeem Olajuwon at 5. In terms of my top 4, my Mount Rushmore, those guys all were elite two-way players. Elite. Jordan won MVP and Defensive Player of the Year, which so did Hakeem, my number 5 player. He won, I believe, 2 Defensive Player of the Years and a league MVP, and is like top 15 all time in steals and blocks. Is actually number 1 all time in blocks. So really the name of the game, or the common trait for me, and what I think of a player generally, is how good they are on both sides of the floor. So you bring up a great point here, Vivid, because Jokic isn't that. Like, I think he's a willing defender, and he actually competes hard on that side of the ball. Look, not at the rim. Look, I want to clarify this. When I say Jokic is a good or an average defender or a willing defender, he's a terrible rim defender. He doesn't protect the rim well at all. I'm not suggesting that he does that. He's a terrible athlete, and he does concede a lot of layups when they get to the basket on him. Because quite frankly, what's he going to do? Like, he's going to give them an and one on the layup and put himself in foul trouble. So he does concede things at the rim because he's just not a good rim protector, which is why I've called for years for them to put a rim protector beside him, which they haven't. The other answer or solution would be get good perimeter defense and don't let them get to the rim. Like, that's the real issue. They are a worse perimeter defensive team than Jokic is a bad defender. Like, The Timberwolves shot a crazy percentage at the rim on Jokic in this series. I want to say they shot around 70% at the rim on Jokic, which is terrible. However, by percentage, with Jokic off the floor, they allowed more action at the rim by percentage of him on versus off. And the frequency of conversion at the rim was like 83% with him off. So they were worse at protecting the rim when he was on the bench because the perimeter defense is pitiful. I challenge you guys to go back and watch the fourth quarter of that game. In addition to Jamal Murray missing every big shot he took and had in that fourth quarter, he also was systematically hunted every play on the other end. The Timberwolves just took turns switching other guys into action on Murray and then obliterated him on the perimeter. Like, they were getting to the rim at will on him. So, like, the big issue with Jokic isn't his defense, really. It's not. He's as good of a defender as Magic Johnson or Steph Curry. But those teams had good defenses built around those players. The Nuggets have never done it. But you're right. You're right, Vivid. I typically would like, for me, I would like a player more like Victor Wembanyama in today's NBA, and I do. I love Victor Wembanyama. I am very high on him. I think he's arguably the best player alive right now, and I think he could rip that title this year. I love his mentality. I love his willingness to play on both ends. The reason, again, I like Giannis and Jokic so much, the reason I've come to respect and love Jokic so much is because of the situation and the circumstance that he's come to me and the NBA. The era of cowardice and losers, where all of the best players that defined the era following Kobe Bryant was player empowerment and player movement. It was about LeBron James, the loser king, who couldn't win shit with the team that he was drafted by, that just had to bounce around the NBA building super teams. Kevin Durant, say what you will about him, and I know Gary's a big fan and defender, and that's fine. I love Kevin Durant's game. And Kevin Durant situationally, Gary would argue, and I agree with him, was forced to build super teams, to compete against LeBron's super teams. But the two best guys of that era just bounced around and stole rings. Jokic, to the detriment of himself, for 11 years, has said, my organization sucks. I'm building a top 5 individual resume, and I'm never going to be remembered for it because I'm just going to sit here with these shitty role players in this cheap, pitiful franchise and just win my one championship. Like, I respect that. So, like, the fact that Jokic and Giannis, the two best players that followed the era of player empowerment and player movement, the two best guys have both sat here in these small, middling franchises which have blown their entire careers and just said, yeah, but okay, I'm loyal and I'm staying. Like, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to beg for my teammates to get traded. I respect that. So, like, while Jokic doesn't possess the traits typically, like not the two-way player, not the alpha killer scorer or mentality, I respect the situation that he came to in the NBA and the fact that he's had the courage and the grace to stay with his team and not flush his teammates down the toilet. So that, I hope that clarifies it to some degree, Vivid. Gary, did you want to add something to that, or are you good?
Man, I'm having some thoughts right now just about your Mount Rushmore. And I should probably stick a pin in that because I don't want to stay here. I'll just say it and maybe we'll elaborate more. I'm thinking Hakeem, just for this, I'm thinking Hakeem is better than Duncan. And I'm a Spurs fan. But, I mean, look at what the situation, the Spurs never should have got Duncan. There was 3 injuries season between Elliott, Johnson, and Robinson. 3 of their starters got season-ending injuries a quarter into the season. The Sixers and the Celtics were supposed to get Duncan. So now, I understand. I'm not taking anything away from Duncan. He's one of my all-time favorites. But I mean, objectively, I just have a hard time putting Duncan over Hakeem, but with that matter, and this is where we may go back and forth, I even have a hard time putting Kobe over Hakeem. But that's a discussion for another day. I like Kobe better than Hakeem, but objectively, Hakeem is just so good. And of course, I would have Wilt in my Mount Rushmore. I think Wilt would be my number 2, actually. I don't know if Hakeem would be my number 3. Kareem probably would be. I would really have to go and do some research. But that was just where my brain was going as soon as you named your Mount Rushmore. But we can elaborate another day when we have more time.
Just for Hakeem, I think the same things I say about Jokic are applicable to Hakeem. I think, look, again, the same thing with Kobe and Jokic. Hakeem was an elite two-way player. Jokic isn't, but still, nonetheless, Jokic to me is Hakeem 2.0 because Jokic is going to have one ring, despite the fact he's one of the best big men ever, but he just hasn't had the supporting cast to be competitive and to be, I think, held to the higher championship standard. Same with Hakeem. Like, he just didn't have the supporting cast that it would require to win more than 2. Like, 2 was an overachievement for him, in my estimation. To me, Hakeem Olajuwon is the best big man that ever played. He has the best combination. He's probably, to me, Jokic is the best offensive big ever. I'm willing to say that. And Hakeem is arguably the best defensive player ever. He's in the conversation to me with Russell. And Hakeem is the second best offensive big to me ever behind Jokic. So, and Jokic isn't even in the conversation in terms of best defensive bigs, of course. So the fact that Hakeem is the best, arguably the best or second best defensive big and the best or second best offensive big, he is the best big man ever. But the same things I say about Jokic are applicable to Hakeem. There are reasons and there are excuses. Hakeem and Jokic have reasons why they didn't win, but they still didn't win. And ultimately, a Mount Rushmore in a top 10 to me does entail somewhat. It does include your resume and what you actually delivered. So, like, while, look, Hakeem is better than Kareem to me, but Kareem has the 6 rings. So I have to give him that. I have to give him that bump over Hakeem, I feel like. However, you can make the case. Well, Kareem won 1 with Oscar Robertson, who's like the second best point guard ever. And then he won his other 5 with Magic Johnson, who's the best point guard ever. What if Hakeem played with that? And now in Shaq and Jokic's case, because there's a lot of Shaq and Jokic conversation. Shaq won 1 with prime Dwayne Wade, who's like the 3rd best shooting guard ever. And he won 3 with Kobe Bryant, who's the 2nd best shooting guard ever. So, well, Jokic has had Jamal Murray, 1-time All-Star in 9 years. Like, what if Jokic had Kobe for 8 years, like Shaq did? Like, there are reasons and there are excuses. I think Jokic would have 4 if he had Kobe. And I think Hakeem would have 5 or 6 if he had what Kareem had. So it's hard to be like, well, Hakeem can't be over Kareem just because of the rings. Because if you give him the supporting cast that Kareem had, it would be different. But still, it isn't. So I do have to factor that in. But Hakeem is still much higher to me than he is for many people. He's in my top 5 all time. A lot of people have him outside of the top 10. Gary, let's pause for one quick second. I'll just turn it over to you to read this next one real quick about Embiid. I think that's where we left off. I'm going to let my dog out to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. I will return in a couple seconds.
Okay. I am going to just to continue this. This is me brainstorming in real time. And I'm a big fan of Jokic. But Hakeem would annihilate this era. If Hakeem was 30 years old right now, I think he would have annihilated the Timberwolves. And I don't know if you want to get in to elaborate on that right now or stick a pin in it for another day, because this conversation has potential to go on for like 30 minutes to an hour between you and I. But I just think Hakeem would have annihilated these Timberwolves. If he played in this era, can you imagine what he would do?
I mean, Hakeem adds a dimension, and I don't have Jokic over Hakeem. I have Jokic over Shaq for sure. I think that he is. I think he's better than Shaq. And I think head to head he would beat Shaq in a series if Shaq didn't have Kobe and Jokic had Jamal. But no, Hakeem is again the best big man ever to me. Jokic is a better offensive big though. I do believe that. I believe Jokic is a superior offensive talent to Hakeem. But obviously, Hakeem is, to me, the second best offensive big. So he's very close to Jokic, in my estimation, in their offensive capacities and capabilities. However, Hakeem is arguably the best defensive player ever. Like, Jokic isn't even in the conversation. Like, if anything, he's seen as a net negative defensively. So now, but Gary, I don't know, because the supporting cast for the Nuggets, they did nothing. Like, look at how bad the Nuggets played around Jokic in this Timberwolves series. Jokic is a much better passer and facilitator than Hakeem. So even with Jokic, who to me is like one of the best facilitators ever. Like, he's, to me, that's one of the big LeBron things that he's praised for, is his full court vision and his distribution and facilitation skills. To me, Jokic might be the best passer and playmaker I've ever seen. Like, I put him up there with Magic Johnson. So his playmaking abilities got the team around him to do what they did in that series. So, like, now remove his playmaking abilities for Hakeem to be there. No doubt Hakeem raises them a lot on the defensive side, like exponentially. But, like, he can only do so much offensively, and probably the teammates around him would have done less, because he would be getting them involved less and getting them looks less. So I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know. It's hard to extrapolate. I think Hakeem probably would have been different if he played today too. Like, he would probably be a better outside shooter. Like, he would be a good 3-point shooter if he played today, because there's so much importance around the 3-point line today and shooting threes that he probably, like, a lot of these guys, people are like, oh, Jordan didn't shoot threes. Well, yeah, because that wasn't what the NBA was back then. But if you put Michael Jordan in today's NBA, he would have mastered the 3-point line as well. So maybe Hakeem would have mastered facilitating and passing more and been a better outside shooter. So, and we know what he was defensively. So, yeah, I mean, that could be fair to say that he likely would have won the series against Minnesota if you just replaced Hakeem for Jokic. But I'll tell you who wouldn't have won the series against Minnesota if you just swapped them would be Shaquille O'Neal. Like, there's no way Shaq would have won the series, I don't think, against Minnesota if you just replaced those two.
I think there may be, because Shaq would have protected the rim. That was Jokic's lack of defense really showed in that series.
Again, Gary, let me just stop you. Best rated defender on his team. Gary, these numbers don't lie. You could shake your head at all you want. These numbers do not lie. Every second Jokic played in that series, and every second the entire team played in the series, extrapolated out and aggregated for one number. Nikola Jokic is the best net rated defender on that team for that series. Wasn't about he's a terrible rim protector, but it wasn't about his rim protection. It was about all the guys that were getting to the rim on that sieve-like perimeter defense. So those guys would have been at the rim on Shaq. He would have been in foul trouble. But he also would have had no spacing today. With the Gobert would have been there. They would have been crashing the other bigs that they have on him. He doesn't have the dynamic of being able to step outside of the basket at all and score the ball like Nikola Jokic has. And it doesn't matter how much attention and how much stuff they throw at him in the middle, because no one's making shots from the outside. Like, Shaquille O'Neal is a very overrated defensive player in my estimation. I believe he made like 2 or 3 defensive teams just when he was playing with the Lakers in the championship run. Perhaps I'm mistaken by that. So let me go ahead and fact check myself. But I think Shaq had maybe 4 All-NBA team selections, maybe. Obviously, no defensive player of the years. But his page is loading slow. Okay, let me see here. So he was all defense 3 times. 3. He played 19 years and he made an All-NBA defensive selection 3 times. So this mythos of Shaq being a good player, it's just not true. And he did that again in Los Angeles in that three-peat year. That's basically when Shaq was at his most elite. That perimeter defense, though, was very good. Kobe Bryant was a better defender than Shaq. And he was shutting down the principal ball handler from the perimeter. And then they had other good perimeter defenders like Ron Harper and Rick Fox. Shaq was okay defending the rim, but he didn't have a lot of opportunities to do it because the perimeter defense shut everything down. The Nuggets stink defensively on the perimeters. So Shaq's rim defense wouldn't have really mattered too much in this series, in my estimation. I don't think anyway. I'll give you Hakeem would have won that series. I'm not giving you Shaq. Shaq was swept more. Shaq has been swept in his career more times than anybody ever. The guy, quite frankly, was an underachieving loser without Kobe Bryant. I'm just going to say it like it is. The fact that guy, and I like Shaq, but the fact that guy has the audacity to sit up and criticize Jokic. Shaq was a loser without Kobe Bryant. His career in the playoffs was 500 without Kobe Bryant. And with Kobe, he's 70% win percentage. And then he goes from that to Dwayne Wade and wins 1 more. Look at the Shaquille O'Neal supporting cast in 19 years. Penny Hardaway, top 2 guard league-wide. Kobe Bryant, top 2 guard league-wide. Dwayne Wade, top 2 guard league-wide. Then he goes after that. Prime, MVP, Steve Nash, top 3-4 guard league-wide. Prime, MVP, LeBron James. Then the Boston Celtics big 3. Shaquille O'Neal he was blessed. Give Shaquille O'Neal and the cast that he's had to Nikola Jokic, he'd have more than 4 rings in 11 years. Shaq had 4 in 19. The fact that guy sits up on his high horse today and criticizes Nikola Jokic is laughable. It is so laughable. The guy was a dog. He was a loser, an underachiever, a fat underachiever who didn't work hard at all in the off seasons, ever, and showed up and rode elite all-time guards to 4 rings. While Nikola Jokic has Jamal Murray, a one-time All-Star, going 4 of 17 for 12 points in elimination games. And then he criticizes Jokic. It's a joke. Shaq is one of the more overrated players at this point. The more I consider it and the more I evaluate it, one of the more overrated players. Rode under a lucky star to get Kobe Bryant and then Dwayne Wade. If only Nikola Jokic could have been so lucky. Sorry. And I like Shaq. Go ahead, Gary.
When I was shaking my head, I thought you were about to say Gobert would have shut Shaq down. That's why I was shaking. No. Because we were he was going against defensive. I think you're talking about Jokic, though. I thought you were saying that, Gobert, that Shaq wouldn't have been able to annihilate Gobert. That's why I was like, you're crazy. But anyways, I never liked Shaq because he had no skill. All he had was his size, which is God-given. You can't earn your height. All he did was rely on his height. Now, looking back, I can give him the credit for being as healthy for as long as he was. That's a great gift in itself. But he just had size, and the reason he and Kobe clashed, to your point, is because he didn't want to work out in the offseason. Kobe, so when they came back after the championship in 2001 season, Kobe was even better than the championship season. Shaq was fat and out of shape. Phil Jackson's like, we're going to run the offense through Shaq. Kobe's like, no, you're going to run it through me because this guy's out of shape. And Shaq's like, hold up, I've been here longer. I'm the captain or whatever. And Kobe's like, no, I'm better. I'm in shape. That's why they started fighting. And everyone took Shaq's side. I took Kobe's side. I was in arguments with people all the time saying Kobe was the reason they were winning. Kobe's attitude was, we're the champions. Everyone's coming for us. They're going to give us their best game. We have to be prepared. Shaq was like, we're the champion now. We can relax. That's not a winner's mentality. That's why I always sided with Kobe and why I actually kind of disliked Shaq. Shaq to me was a bully. Like, he was just bigger than everyone, but he didn't do anything to earn that. Kobe, what he did, he earned it.
Yeah, and Shaq, look, Kobe said it after they repaired their relationship, because remember, Kobe and Shaq, they hated each other. Like, really legitimately. It wasn't like a sports feud. Like, they personally hated each other.
That's why they split. That's why Shaq got shipped.
Right. And then Shaq blamed Kobe for him getting shipped. And then also, allegedly, reportedly, Kobe also threw Shaq under the bus in the aftermath of Kobe's indiscretions in Eagle County, Colorado. Kobe allegedly made comments about Shaq cheating on his wife, which led to Shaq's divorce. So these two legitimately hated each other, but they repaired their relationship in later years after they were out of the league. And so much in the fact that, like, I think Shaq enlisted Kobe to train his son in the offseason one year when he was in Arizona. So, like, Kobe was like Uncle Kobe. Like, Shaq and Kobe really did become close friends before Kobe's unfortunate death. But even after they were friends and everything was good, Kobe in an interview, I think it was with Bet Davis, that guy, the infotainment guy, where he said, like, look, Shaq would be the easy GOAT if he had my work ethic. So, like, that, and so Shaq is just an underachiever to me, to only have 4 rings. So, like, people will basically now in hindsight sit up and say, like, oh, well, Jokic's never going to be over Shaq because Shaq's got the 4 rings. But again, context. Like, look at who they had and look at the supporting cast they've each had. I'll take this one real quick. None of the above 101, Gary. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. None of the above for being here as always. Oi, Skap, give Embiid his damn respect. Look, I kind of did. I think I am. I think I have given him some respect tonight. But again, you still are the sum of what you've done to this point. And like I just said, he's made $500 million in the NBA, and he has 31 total playoff wins and has never made it out of the second round of the playoffs. So, like, he's got work to do, I think, this run to try to make up for some of the things and the inadequacies that we've seen throughout his career when they really need him. I'll read this one too, Gary, from the Incorruptible, because it's to you. Go ahead.
Did you intend to skip those other ones?
Oh yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, I guess I did skip some here. I'm sorry, guys. Let me go back here.
Mark Law about Jokic to the Clippers.
How am I not seeing this?
Well, I can read it.
Wait, hang on. Stump, we did none of the above. We did I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it's Mark Law right under there. We can read this one and then I can read those other 2 and then we can just proceed.
I'm not seeing a Mark Law one for some reason. Are you sure that one didn't come later at the bottom?
No, it's right under none at 11:13.
Do you have the ability to put that one up on the screen? I'm seeing none of the
on my end. Yeah, only the one who runs the stream can do that, so I can't post it.
I've got literally, I'm on this none of the above, and then I jump right to the Incorruptible. Those are back to back. I don't see any Mark Law.
I don't know, but I mean it's not a big deal. I mean I can read it, or we can do this one and then I can go up.
Go ahead and read Mark's. Mark, I know Mark. I recognize that handle. Mark is a regular. is in my comment section regularly on my actual videos. So I don't want to jump over Mark. I respect Mark very much. I thank you very much, Mark. I'm sorry I don't have access to that one. I can't see it for some reason. But Gary, from Mark Law, shout out to you. Go ahead and read the question for me. You're muted, Gary.
All right, Skap, he says, Jokic to the LA Clippers or Murray and Bron for Kawhi. Jokic splits 45, 19, 93. Embiid splits is 44, 15, 84. I think OKC doesn't repeat. 76ers or Knicks get a ring. That's the end of it. Mark, I gotta disagree. I don't see the Sixers going much further. And I don't see anybody beating OKC except maybe the Spurs if things go their way.
Wow, that's a substantial question and comment there. I'm sorry, Mark, that I can't put it up and explore it, but I will answer it. I don't want some old, aging, part-time player, honestly, with Jokic at this point. Like, I love Kawhi Leonard. I respect his game and what he's achieved. But, like, the guy barely plays. Like, this year was one of his most durable seasons, and I think he played like 69 games. Chances are that reduces or it reverts back to the mean moving forward. He's 34, I think, right now, which means it's going to be 35 next year. I don't want that at all. I want no part of it. In fact, one of the other trade destinations or trade scenarios I've been seeing a lot about, it does involve an older player, Kevin Durant. They've obviously had some issues without a point, without Fred VanVleet. And Kevin Durant is 37 years old. So there's a lot of speculation that, hey, maybe the Nuggets just swap Jamal Murray for Kevin Durant. The contracts do match. And then Houston would send back its, I believe, 2027 first round pick in these scenarios. So KD and Jokic, I hate it. I don't want it. Like, if you're going to trade Jokic, or I'm sorry, if you're going to trade Murray, you got to bring back like 2 or 3 usable defensive pieces. I don't care at all about what they do offensively. You can get 3 dudes to score like 7 points per game on 30% shooting for all I care. If they're elite defenders and not injury prone, I would trade Murray for those 3 guys. So I don't want some flashy superstar name. Jokic going to the Clippers, meh. Again, I don't really know. I guess it would be better than the situation he's in right now. Let's just say that. So I guess I would take that. In terms of your Oklahoma City premise, if they don't win, it will be the Spurs, I think. I don't see any team from the East beating them. Now, I do think maybe to your Knicks point, or I don't think Embiid is going to be healthy enough to go on and win whatever, 12 more games. I think the Knicks can win the title this year, but not against the Thunder. I think if the Spurs beat the Thunder, which is definitely plausible, the Knicks kind of owned the Spurs in the regular season. Limited sample size, only 2 games. But I still think the Knicks would have a really good shot in that series. Go ahead, Gary.
No, I was actually agreeing with you. Unfortunately, I don't want to play the Knicks if we were to make the finals.
Right. So I think to your Knicks Sixers point, Embiid's health will not hold up. He will not be able to play at even this level for 12 more wins. But the Knicks could maybe make it all the way and then beat the Spurs. If it's the Spurs, I think that would be a good series. If the Thunder beat the Spurs, though, I think they will repeat. But hell, I've been wrong before. I've been wrong about almost everything this postseason. I've been very right about the last couple postseasons, but very wrong about this postseason. I like the Celtics into the finals. Obviously, that ain't going to happen. And I did actually say that the Nuggets were a fraud team, but they could be contenders if they were healthy, but they weren't. So I guess I really wasn't wrong about that. All right, so now we've covered Mark Law. So Gary, I will now take this one. Or did I skip more? Am I missing more than Mark Law?
there is one more from Bands Nabs that came 1 minute after that one, right before the Incorruptible. It was a very simple one. It just says, Skap, we believe in our king. Hashtag witness GOAT James.
Yeah, okay, Bands Nabs. I guess to each their own. We'll see what the king has in store for the Oklahoma City Thunder in round 2. There's really no word or expectation on Luka Doncic's return. That was a 4 to 6 week injury, a grade 2 hamstring strain at the time he sustained it, which was, I believe, on April 2nd, which means, there were 30 days in April. That's 28 days. Then that's 4 weeks exactly. And now about another week. So we're about 5 weeks now. By the time they jump on Tuesday in game 1 of that series, Luka will be 6 weeks in or 5 weeks into a 4 to 6 week injury. I think if I were the Lakers, I would mail in games 1 and 2. You ain't winning either one of those games. So I would just phone it in and give Luka an extra 5-ish days, 6 days to get him a full 6 weeks of rest, and then bring him back in LA for game 3. That would be my tactic, the way I would manage that injury if I were the Lakers. But we'll see. Again, that tips. I don't know what the line is. My expectation is it will be massive. I think OKC will be near a 10-point favorite in that game, which to open the second round of the playoffs as a double-digit favorite is just wild. It just speaks to how good that team is. I'll take this one from the Incorruptible. Gary, we need to know who to gaslight you with in 2026. Who's it going to be, Gary? Give the Incorruptible an answer.
Wow. I'm not quite sure. So far, there hasn't been any really obnoxious fan bases, but we're just starting the second round. Or actually, tomorrow we're ending the first round. So give it some time, and I will let you know. So this will be pending, to be continued.
There you have it, Incorruptible. Next in model body fit. What's
a good candidate could be the Sixers, the Philly fans.
Model body fit. What's up, brother? Shout out to you. Welcome in, an obvious regular as well in all of the stuff that I do on this platform. Thank you, my friend. Go ahead, or Gary, I'll take this one. My guys, is this the process manifesting finals? I don't think so. Look, this would be honestly this would be the way that it happened for Philly. Like a team that tanked for years to build up, get all the assets, build that really good team. They had some misses. Remember, they got oh gosh, I can't even remember his name now. He's such a bust.
Markel Colts Cuts Kutz. No, that's not right. Is that the guy you're talking about? I'll look him up.
I'm trying to think of Gary.
Ben Simmons.
Well, no. Yes, no. I'm talking about even a worse bust than that. Believe it or not. Well, actually, that's not true. Ben Simmons is probably a bigger bust, but no, I'm talking about in the Jason Tatum draft. Yes, you're right. I think it was Markel Fultz, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
The Jason Tatum draft, remember, Tatum went number 3 overall. Yes, it was Markel Fultz went 1 and Lonzo Ball went 2. So Lonzo Ball never materialized either, but Markel Fultz, the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft, in the Jason Tatum draft. Tatum then goes to Boston from Duke with the 3rd overall. So that's a huge mistake and a big miss. But even with those mistakes and the misses, still, Philly had a really good team, and they couldn't even get out of the second round. So, of course, this would be the year that it happens. When they're the 7 seed, everyone's written them off, and this would be the year that they finally put it all together and make a run into the finals. Unfortunately for them, if they got into the finals, I think they would get eviscerated by either the Thunder or the 76ers. So the unfortunate streak of futility in terms of championship wins for the Sixers likely would continue on. Again, it's been 42 years now since they've won, 1983. I'll take this one too from the Incorruptible real quick, Gary. Sixers wreck the Knicks if frail Joe Ale, I see what you did there, as in ailing, shows up. I don't know. We'll see. Incorruptible. Paul George, you never know what to expect from him. Joel Embiid, you never know what to expect from him. Tyrese Maxey's about the only thing that you can expect. Oh, and speaking of, it just clicked that I didn't answer one element of Mark Law's super that we couldn't put up. He mentioned something about Joel Embiid's lines and his splits compared to Nikola Jokic. Basically, Nikola Jokic averaged the same number of points, more rebounds, and more assists on better shooting splits across the board than Embiid. And yet Embiid will be celebrated for this because Embiid has had the better supporting cast. Like, look at what Embiid got tonight. Embiid played a great game tonight. 34 points, 12 of 26, 12 rebounds, 6 assists. But like, look at the supporting cast that he got. Tyrese Maxey, 30 points on 11 of 18 on the road in a game 7. A rookie, VJ Edgecombe, 23 points on 8 of 17 on the road for a rookie. On the road in a game 6 against a team missing its 3 best backcourt players, Jamal Murray, 4 of 17 for 12 points. Christian Brown, Mr. 125 million, 3 points. Like, give Nick. In fact, I was going to say give Nikola Jokic Tyrese Maxey in place of Murray, and he'd be in the NBA Finals this year. Let's just take Embiid off of the Sixers and put Nikola Jokic on this Sixers team. They'd win the title this year. So that's like you know that gif or that meme, Gary, where there's like some overweight woman that's shirtless and she's covering her breasts and it says like empowering. And then the split is like some overweight guy and it's like, put your shirt on. Like, that's basically that meme come to life with Nikola Jokic's first round versus Joel Embiid's first round. Like, it's all about the supporting players that are around. But I still don't think, Incorruptible, that they will ultimately have enough. The Knicks are really good. Like, as good as Maxey is and Embiid is when he's on the floor, I mean, Brunson is a stud. Karl Anthony Towns has been playing really well, and they've got good complementary pieces, good defensive pieces on that team. They've got the home court advantage. I don't know. I think I still favor the Knicks in that series. And at this point, I like the Knicks into the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, the first time in the 2000s, which is now 26 years old, which is crazy. Gary, go ahead, Gary. I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we'll find out tomorrow. I think the Pistons are going to come back and win this series. And I don't know. I'm thinking the Pistons may go back to the finals.
I don't think so, Gary. I knew that they were going to be limited significantly in the half court offensively. Like, I knew they were way too dependent on Cade Cunningham and reliant on him. They've got very little around him offensively. I knew that was going to be a problem in the playoffs. I thought that they would be able to ride their elite defense through the first 2 rounds and then lose to Boston in the East Finals. Obviously, Boston's not going to be there. But look, the Pistons, they've been in legitimate trouble in this first round against the Magic, who the Magic were they were the 13th or 14th net rated defense in the regular season. They have clamped down Detroit because there's no answers in the half court outside of Cade Cunningham. And they were down
Charlotte.
They were down, Gary. They were down 24 points on the road in an elimination game to the 8th seed. I don't see any way they've got enough to go through the Knicks in the East Finals. I don't see it. Maybe they'll turn it all around. But Gary, I said I laid a stat on you a few shows ago, which is mind-blowing to me. Of the last 12 NBA champions, none of them have gone more than 5 games in the first round. There are only 2 teams in this playoff field that are left that meet those parameters, the Spurs and the Thunder. Now, maybe Detroit can turn it around and run to the finals. But if you were to tell me not only did they have to go into a 7th game against the 8th seed in the first round, but that they were down 3-1 to the 8th seed, and then they went to the NBA Finals after that, I will be shocked if Detroit goes to the finals after this start. I'm really surprised. They've got a lot of work to do around Kate Cunningham offensively in the offseason. Go ahead, Gary.
Who do you I guess on paper, it definitely looks like the Knicks are better than the Pistons. I just feel like it's an annual tradition for the Knicks to choke and gag in the playoffs, where I think the Pistons are just more poised. But I could be wrong. I think they should meet in the East Finals, and it should be a really good match. But let me ask you, do you remember the last team? Because you said it's been 12 years. Do you remember the last team that went to more than 5 games in the first round and won the championship? Do you remember who it was? I know.
Well, it's obviously more than 12 years ago, which brings us to here, mute yourself for a sec, Gary. Sorry, that echo just drives me crazy. So it's what, 2026? So we're talking pre-2014. My guess would be the Dallas Mavericks, maybe.
This is when the Spurs won in 2014 against the Mavericks. The Mavericks pushed us to 7 games, and it was a tight game, if I remember correctly. We damn near lost that series, and this was the time we blew out the Heat in the finals, set a record by largest margin of victory in the finals, but we eked by the Dallas Mavericks round 1.
That's the Dallas Mavericks, though, not the Orlando Magic 8 seed without Franz Wagner, their second best player. So again, I'll be shocked if it happens. Let's go to Joshua CH9FG. What's up, Joshua? Many thanks for being here, for your kind donation and a question seemingly about the Kobe Shaq era. I'm excited for this one. Go ahead, Gary.
Shaq, after the Kobe and Shaq era, how many rings do you think Kobe would have had if he played in the East Conference in his prime?
Yeah, one of my favorite hypotheticals and I'd say one of my biggest regrets around one of my favorite hypotheticals in NBA history, my biggest regrets around Kobe's career, is that the Charlotte Hornets traded him on draft night. I wish that he would have stayed in Charlotte. He would have built his whole career there. He would have been by far the best Hornet ever. He would have been in a putrid Eastern Conference that LeBron James ran for years and went to the NBA Finals like 8 times in a row from that pitiful conference. He would have led the NBA in scoring probably like 7 or 8 times. He would have had the second best scoring average in league history probably, or he would have been right up there with Jordan and Wilt, probably about a 29 point per game career average. He would have had probably 3 or 4 league MVPs. I think Kobe would be remembered as a much better all-time player had he just stayed in the Eastern Conference with the Hornets. I think he would have won maybe less than 5, though. I think maybe, but 4 at least. So basically, we're talking about 3 or 4 league MVPs, 7 or 8 scoring crowns, 3 or 4 championships. Like, there's a GOAT case that the same as the way LeBron has a GOAT case or claims to, there would be a GOAT case for Kobe. I have Kobe second all time as it is, but I think other people would see him more as a viable top 3 guy all time had he just been in the Eastern Conference with his own team from the get-go and didn't have to share with Shaq for 8 years. And then his team stunk and he was trapped in the crazy loaded Western Conference. So yeah, Joshua, one of my favorite hypotheticals. And I really wish in a variant universe that with the 13th pick of the 1996 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets selected Kobe Bryant and kept him. Next, go ahead, Gary.
Didn't Kobe say that he was going to refuse to play for any other franchise other than the Lakers?
No, I don't think so. He wanted to play for the Lakers, but of course he wasn't going to refused to play for any other team but the Lakers. No, that's definitely of course he wanted to play for the Lakers. Boston worked him out. Boston was considering taking him. He obviously would have played for Boston as well. No, there's no way Kobe projected himself or forced himself to the Lakers. No way. Absolutely no. That's completely not true.
Okay. All right. Now we have Kesnel Mara, 5668. Would you truly classify this a collapse of the Boston or the rise of the Sixers with Embiid?
As we talked about a lot earlier, which man, crazy. This super chat came in at 11:30 and it's 1 o'clock now. Sorry, we are pretty far behind on these super chats. Hopefully you're still on, but I did kind of talk about this with Gary in excess at the beginning. The answer would probably be yes. Yes to both. Yes, it's a collapse for Boston. Yes, the Embiid returning from the emergency appendectomy and playing heroically and valiantly in the remainder of the series and a big game tonight on the road in Game 7. It all factors in. But ultimately, this is an NBA team with a all NBA first team caliber player and a great bench, a great defense, a good second player, and Derek White's still there, even with Jason Tatum out. And Jason Tatum wasn't out for the 2 games that they lost to get into this Game 7. So, yes, it's still a collapse by Boston nonetheless. All right, next in is SIRG3366. I'm just going to say, sir. What is up, sir? Thank you very much. I'll read this one since it's addressed to Gary. Gary, I get it. Wait, Gary wants to intervene here.
Read the first half. I'll read the second half.
Okay, the first half says, Gary, I get it, but we don't want the Hallie effect with Tatum. And then I'll turn it back over to Gary.
Plus, Skap, what do you think about the Raptors with their tenacity? If you watched, we were talking about that last night. I said that arena felt like a March Madness collegiate game. That felt like a Final Four game. It was so energetic and such a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, I like the Raptors a lot. I love Darko Rajakovic, the stud head coach from Serbia. We talked about a potential maybe trade of Jokic to the Raptors. I would love that. But that reminds me, it jogs my memory that the Raptors were the other team that was included in the mix in the trade conversations for Jamal Murray. Get Murray, he's Canadian, get him back there and take back like 3 pieces, including one being RJ Barrett, would go back to Denver. I really like that trade setup as well. I like the Raptors. I'm rooting for them. I'm not a big James Harden guy. I would love to see them come back and win Game 7 tomorrow on the road. I don't see it. I think the Cavs have enough at home. The Cavs are a really good team, actually. I think that they do win that Game 7 tomorrow. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to see the Raptors win. Sir, yes, I've watched the games. And yes, I like the Raptors and I love their head coach. So I certainly am rooting for them. We've got G. Go ahead, Gary.
Address something to me at the beginning of it. And we're going to go back. Can you go back to it? And I'll ask you. He says, we get it. I guess what he's talking about is when I was ranting about what a disgrace Jason Tatum was tonight. And I stand by it. He's saying, but we don't want the Halliburton effect with Tatum. Yes, but it wasn't his Achilles. It was his knee, and it was stiffness. He didn't sprain it or break it. It's stiffness. I don't understand. Am I missing something, Scott? What do you think?
I mean, it's a fine line. Like I get like Ayo Dosunmu didn't play in Game 6 for the Timberwolves with calf tightness. Peyton Watson never played. He never played. Like Peyton Watson has been out 6 goddamn weeks. Like but I get it. Like there's a fine line between how injured are you? Are you actually hurting your team? Because Aaron Gordon has actually showed the penchant to go out and gut check through these injuries and try to play, but he just hurts them. Like he played in Game 7 last year against the Thunder with a grade 2 hamstring strain on 2 days rest of it. Like that's a 6-week injury. And he had 2 days in between 6 and 7 and played on it. But he hasn't been right since. So like there's a risk of you injure yourself moving forward for a long time if you play through these injuries. So I get it. I'll never infer or assume someone else's pain levels or tolerances or injuries that they're going through. I don't want someone to put their entire career and livelihood at risk, and I don't want them to play when they're hurting their team. The answer, Gary, is I don't know. Like, I don't know those things with Tatum. Like, I can't just assume or guess what they were, what the risks were for him, or if he was going to be effective or not, if he played, if he was too hurt. I don't know. Yes, it looks bad. I'll give that to you. Like when and same with Peyton Watson. Like, you've been out 6 weeks, bro. It's game 6. It's do or die. Like, you can't give it 20, 25 minutes, but maybe he couldn't. So I don't know. It's tough, Gary. I can see it from both perspectives. I can see it from your perspective. I can see it from Sir's perspective. So it is what it is. He didn't play.
You got to at least try and see how you feel and respond. And if you are hurting your team after you play a couple minutes, then so be it. I'll give you credit for trying, but not to even suit up. Come on, man.
I mean, we've crushed KD the whole series too for doing the same thing. So I get it, but also I get it. KD did play through a calf tightness and calf soreness in an NBA Finals, and he blew his Achilles, and he missed 2 years basically. So like, I can see it both. I can see it from like the fan perspective, where it's like, come on, get out there. Like, you're making $50 million. Like, you can't give it 20 minutes for a team on the brink of elimination.
7.
I get it. And it was game 7 for the Nuggets too. Like, even though it wasn't really game 7, it was, because it was a must win. It was an elimination.
Do or die season on the brink. I get it.
And Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson were in street clothes. So like, I get it's frustrating. I understand it, but I can see it from the player's perspective. It really just depends on, I'm not a doctor. I'm not privy to the medical informations or whatever, or I'm not examining these players, so I don't know. It's hard for me to comment completely on it. Next in is GGGYY 7104. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Gary, what's the question or comment?
Bron don't blow leads. Now he's 33-0 with a 2-game lead.
LeBron's an excellent front runner. He is an elite front runner. When things are going well, LeBron is great. When LeBron isn't favored at all and there's no expectations, LeBron is also great. When LeBron is right where he should be, or in a competitive series, or has like the best roster and there's one other team he has to beat to win a championship to get it, he's lousy. He's an all-time choke artist. So yes, when the 2-0 leads, front running, great. He's great. When he's not supposed to do anything, 2007 NBA Finals run, his last Finals run in Cleveland, when he went and got swept by the Warriors, he's great. Like when there's no expectations, or when he's got a team that's too big to fail, or the other team is just collapsing like Houston did, he's great. It's just in those moments that really build a legacy where they can go either way. He's routinely and consistently been a failure at those times. Vinsanity the Great is now in. What's up, Vinsanity? Shout out to you. Kudos to you for your Toronto Raptors behind the tutelage of Darko Rajakovic the Great, making it into a game 7 in this first round. Gary, what's the question or comment from Vinsanity the Great?
Is RJ Barrett's game-winning bucket the shot to or the bounce to?
It really could be either one. It was reminiscent, the trickling around the rim, to that Kawhi Leonard game winner. Speaking of Joel Embiid and his inability to escape the second round, remember that was a famous second round exit in a game 7 situation where Kawhi hit that game winner along the baseline that like tickled every inch of the rim before it dropped down. And of course, Joel left the court in tears after that loss. And that RJ shot was a little reminiscent of that. Hopefully it leads like that was a game 7 and Toronto went on to win that game 7 and win the championship that year. hopefully for your Toronto Raptors, Vinsanity the Great, that this year's shot will also mean at least a playoff advancement. We've got Mr. Boom 751 in next. Mr. Boom, welcome into you. Thank you for making me say your handle again. Gary, go ahead with the question or comment from Mr. Bum or Bum.
Best/most accomplished athlete without a title. I say Connor McDavid. Who's the most overrated? I say Embiid or Lamar Jackson, and obviously LaFraud. Well, I wouldn't put Lamar and Embiid because Lamar has had relatively good health, whereas Embiid, that's the stain on his resume is his injuries.
Yeah, I mean, I think McJesus, Connor McDavid, who is definitely the best player in the NHL. It sucks he's out in the first round as well. I think I saw he was actually playing through like an ankle fracture in this first round, but he does not ultimately advance. Sucks for the NHL and the NBA to lose Nikola Jokic and McJesus in the first round. But that's a great case to be made for Connor McDavid as the best athlete, at least the current best athlete without a title. Honestly, I like the Lamar Jackson suggestion. I mean, he's got 2 league MVPs, 2, and he was razor close to a third. He finished a very tight second runner-up to Josh Allen, or else he would have 3 league MVPs, and he's like 28 or 29. That would be as many MVPs as Tom Brady, and all of that for 3 playoff wins. Tom Brady has like 35 playoff wins, 10 Super Bowl appearances, and 7 Vince Lombardi trophies for GOAT Tom. And Lamar Jackson was like a smattering of votes away from having as many MVPs as him with 3 total playoff wins. That guy is a straight fraud. I've been saying it for years. He can't throw. If you put him in obvious pass situations, he's pathetic. He can't make reads. He can't go down his chart. He can't read and dissect defenses. His accuracy is terrible. When his athleticism and the running system and the defense keeps him in not obvious pass script situations, then he can hit throws when there's wide open receivers all over the field. He is a complete and utter failure when it matters. And the fact that he's got people that think he's an elite A+ quarterback, and he has 2 league MVPs, and he will get a third somewhere along the line. It's laughable. He is the most overrated athlete in sports right now to me. So that's a good suggestion by you, Mr. Boom. Go ahead, Gary.
Dan Marino and Barry Sanders, couple guys very accomplished without championship.
But not overrated. Right. So not over. So you're saying that they would fall on the McDavid, the Connor McJesus side of the spectrum.
Yeah. The who's the first portion? Who's the most accomplished athlete without a championship? Dan Marino's up there, and Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders would be even more accomplished had he not retired so early. Dan Marino is a great candidate for that.
Agreed. We got DGang 1498, a regular in next. Again, we're a little behind here on the super chats, like an hour and a half still behind on some of these. So I hope you guys are still on board here with me. I appreciate you for being here. 2.5 hours in now, 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. So thank you guys still for riding with me. We still got 400 people in here. Gary, what is the question or comment from DGang?
If the coaching staffs had swapped for Game 7 with Nick Nurse coaching Boston and Mazzulla coaching Philly, do you think the result would have changed?
Maybe, possibly. I think if it's hard to say. The Tatum injury factors in. I think if you swapped these coaches to start this series, though, when it was 0-0, I think that the Celtics would have won. If Nick Nurse were coaching the Celtics and Mazzulla were coaching the 76ers, I think the Celtics are moving on. I think I would feel good about my Celtics to the championship round, good about them if it was Nick Nurse, a real coach, and not Joe Mazzulla. Oh boy, AJ O'Henry 447. I think that's what I'm going to say it is, at least. Hopefully I'm right. AJ, welcome in, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I'll just take this one. It's a quick one, Gary. If my Knicks lose, is Mike Clown officially a clown? So AJ, I guess, might have been, I think AJ bestowed the nickname upon Mike Brown as Mike Clown. When it looked like they were in peril of losing this series, back when, remember, Atlanta went up 2-1 in this series, and then the Knicks responded with just blowout wins in 3 straight, 15, 30, and 50-point wins in 3 straight following that 2-1 hole. So, and then AJ wanted Mike Brown to be recoined AJ Clown, which I liked very much, and I was going to run with that. I mean, the brackets are certainly opening now, AJ, with the Celtics out of the way and the Knicks rolling. Now, this Sixers series will be challenging, and the Sixers, from a talent standpoint, do match favorably. The bench for the Knicks way better than the Sixers bench. And the Knicks do have home court. You know, AJ, I'll say yes. I think the Knicks have no excuses now with Boston out of the way. I think your Knicks, orange and blue skies, should be taking over the NBA Finals for the first time they're going to party. They should be partying like it's 1999 in New York at this point. No excuses. AJ Brown or Mike Brown is Mike Clown or whatever you want to say if they lose. I'll give you. I guess we can agree on that. At 100SS, what's up and welcome in, Gary. Go ahead with at 100SS.
Love from Australia. Giddlers in the chat, stand up. Yeah, I doubt anyone's going to be standing up right now.
Well, thank you. I love to hear it, at 100SS. As you know, I love to hear all the different markets and regions and areas that people are coming to us from. Shout out to you and thank you for the love from Australia. And Gary, I'll tell you this, Josh Giddey is one of the better contracts in the entire NBA.
Yeah, he's good. I'm not knocking him. It's just that name Giddler with his past history and that whole fiasco. That's what I'm getting.
Fair. I'm not making any commentary about his off the court indiscretions or allegations, but I will tell you this. $25 million annually for that guy is a freaking bargain. And he's only owed for the next 3 years. $75 million for the next 3 years. Now think about Christian Brown's $125 million contract. Giddey this year, now he only played 54 games, so that's a problem right there. But 17, 9, and 8 for Giddey this year. 17 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds. I mean, that's a deal of a contract, honestly. So I'm not a huge fan of the Giddler.
Swap him for Murray.
They need defense, Gary. I don't want any offense. I don't care about offense. I don't care about shooting, scoring, nothing. I don't care about facilitators. I don't want anything back from Murray other than like 2 or 3 guys who are elite defenders. Next in, what's up, Jason? What is up, my friend? 6-wheel cowboy. Jason, a good friend of mine off air, a big Thunders fan. Let's bring you in, Gary, to read this. And then Gary, maybe I'll turn it over to you. I'll talk to the first part of it, and then I'll turn it over to you to talk to the second part, because you are a big Cowboys fan, Gary, as is Jason. So let's hear from Jason, though, here. Six Wheel Cowboy. What's the question or comment?
OKC, LA prediction, and grade the NFL Cowboys draft.
Just like in Rocky, I think it was 3, when Mr. T, aka Clubber Lang, makes his prediction for the fight, pain. That's my prediction for the LA Lakers coming in the semifinals against your Oklahoma City Thunder, Jason. Pain for the LA Lakers. Like, maybe the Lakers snag one game. Maybe when it's 3-0 Oklahoma City and game 4 is in LA, maybe the Lakers steal that one, like by like a buzzer beater or something like that, and then go and lose by 75 points in game 5 in Oklahoma City to be put out 4-1. So just a very speedy and ass-beating type series for the Lakers. Yeah, your Thunder collision course with the Spurs, in my estimation. Gary, what say you on the Cowboys draft this year?
Well, first of all, I think Caleb Downs may have been the biggest steal of the draft. He was projected to go like around 5 or 6, they were saying. So I think that's a great steal. I'm not sure about the other guy. I forget his name. I think he's an edge rusher with the 23rd. We had the 20th pick, and we gave it to Philly, and they got Lemon, which I don't like that because I don't want Philly getting any weapons. So I didn't like that trade. The rest of their draft, to be honest, I only watched the first round, so I'm not sure. I watched Coach JB's coverage of the draft the day after, and he overall gave them a B. I think they did well. But I will say this. The biggest problem with Dallas is they overpay guys who are good but not great, like Dak and CD. They're both overpaid and were limited. I actually had no problem with them trading Micah when they did, even though a lot of people were complaining about it. Now, had they not been paying Dak and CD, then I would say we should have paid Micah. But if we were to pay Micah in addition, I felt like that would have been the wrong move, especially if you look at that his previous 2 years, they missed the playoffs his last year. And the year before that, they got annihilated in the first round by Jordan Love and the Packers. So it's like his impact, yes, he can be Micah Parsons can be very impactful if the rest of the team is good. But alone, he's not going to.
I'll tell you this, Gary. Let me just chime in, because I know Jason and I were arguing about that trade. He loved the trade. He liked getting rid of Micah, getting him off the books. So, and look, it didn't necessarily provide dividends to the Packers. Of course, Micah had some injury issues. He didn't really he did not close the season off. So we really can't fully grade out the Packers in getting him. But for the Cowboys, I'll tell you this, Gary. You just mentioned that Coach JB, put it as a B. Mel Kiper Jr. had them as an A. He had them as one of the best drafts in the NFL. And let me just say, that trade that you highlighted that they made with Philly, that was the pick the Steelers in Pittsburgh. My Steelers with the draft in Pittsburgh this year, were going to select that wide receiver with the pick after Dallas. And Dallas traded out of it to Philly, who moved in and stole the Steelers pick. And then the Steelers, the pathetic, laughable franchise that they are, an organization that they are, didn't have a pick queued up. So they ended up, the guy they ended up selecting in the first round was actually graded as like a late second round pick or something like that. So just a pathetic story around. And if you didn't see it, the guy, the kid, the Lemon or whatever, was on the phone with the Steelers. And then he said, wait, why are the Eagles calling me? And then his agent came in while he was on the phone with Pittsburgh and said, yo, Philly made the trade. It's Philly. So it was just a ridiculous pants down moment by the lousy Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, we already covered Vivid. Yeah, we already covered that one. So it's now Ruthless Raiders 78 Go ahead, Gary.
But just to summarize, I actually like the draft and the trade, the Micah Parsons trade. I think our defense is getting better. I'm just upset that they're paying Dak so much. Dak is a good quarterback. Like you're talking about the Josh Giddey contract, if Dak was making half of what he was making, I'd say fine. But when you pay him the amount, you pay him Patrick Mahomes money, but he doesn't show up like Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. So you need to get out of that contract. And if you have to get another quarterback, so be it. And you have to balance the roster, and that's the problem. Dallas drafts very well. They just don't know how to manage the salary cap. That's their big problem. I like the direction the defense is heading in. I just hope that our offense because I think our offense is going to become weaker than the defense. So I just say that to summarize the draft and the status. Ruthless Raider says, and this is for you, Skap, just took a huge LeBron and feel lighter on my feet. Godspeed, Skap. Good to stay regular there, Raider.
Ruthless Raider, and I think Ruthless Raider has made it a personal goal, or I guess challenge to himself, to come in every show and analyze, or analogize, I should say, LeBron James to a piece of crap, which I'm here for. I'm here for that kind of comp, or that synonym. So Ruthless Raider, I love it. Thank you so much for your continued efforts in doing that, and your ongoing quest to add that to the Webster Dictionary, and for your support to the Skap Live After Dark stream here. Again, I appreciate you. Hillsboro 738 is in. What's up, Hillsboro? Welcome in. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. What is the question or comment from Hillsboro, Gary?
How much do you put on the Adelman? Coaches are supposed to put his players in a position to succeed. Coaches get tight too, as well as players, so they play man late and not zone. Play zone instead?
I mean, the coach gets a lot of criticism in this case, in my estimation. Again, he was a young, inexperienced guy that had a good run in the playoffs, good-ish. I mean, as good as a second-round exit can be. And they looked like they played pretty good defense for him in that playoff run. I had no problems with elevating him from interim to the main guy. But now, look, I mean, there just wasn't enough done by him in the series. There was really no, he didn't make any adjustments throughout, not only throughout the course of games, but throughout the course of series. Like, things were clearly not going in a good direction for the Nuggets early in the series. There was never any adjustments made. There was no, they couldn't get Jamal Murray free. Some of that is on Jamal Murray, but some of it is can you run him off screens and pick? Can you set better? Can you be more effective with him away from the ball to design plays to get him open looks somehow? I don't know. Do something. And also the heavy reliance of Nikola Jokic and the way that they run him systematically just maybe is not the way they should be moving forward now at this point. So I think Jokic in some degree is a crutch to some of these players, like Michael Malone before and Adelman now as his successor. Maybe someone needs to come in and have Jokic do less. Sometimes in some instances, less is more, and then Jokic would be more obviously fresh for the ends of games and ends of seasons as well. So I think you need an elite, an actual real coach in there. And ideally a defensive coach with defensive pieces after you trade Jamal Murray. So yes, Hillsboro, to answer your question, what kind of blame or criticism do I put on Adelman? I'd fire him. So obviously a good amount. No, all sides of the argument is in. What's up, Gary? This is a short one. I'll just take it real quick. What do I think of Stockton? An elite all-time player. He's a great all-timer. Arguably the Mount Rushmore of point guards, I think. His scoring averages don't look gaudy. They're not going to blow you out of the water. But he was the consummate, really traditional and stereotypical point guard. You know, he's the all-time NBA leader in assists and steals. And that assist mark isn't ever going to be run down. It's an insane number. It's insane. Like, you would have to average 10 assists per game for like 20 years to get that mark. So just an all-time type of career. He was also a gritty defender and like a really like annoyance of as a player. If you went against him, he really got under your skin. He grabbed, he held. He was just a winner. He never won, but the guy played winning basketball. I have a lot of respect for John Stockton, and arguably a Mount Rushmore type of guy. And when you look at his assist totals, like, he led the NBA in assists, I think, per game, like 8 or 9 straight years, and they were preposterous looking. Like, Jokic led the league in assists this year with like 10.5 assists per game. And number 2, I think, was like 9.5. John Stockton was running around for like a decade, averaging like 14 assists per game. Like, his assist totals were purely insane looking. So I think Stockton is one of the more underrated and disrespected guys in hindsight now, because he didn't average like 20 points per game. I think he was only like a 13, 14 point per game career scorer, but his assists were crazy. And don't just let me speculate. Let me look up his exact line. Stockton's career, 13 points per game, 10.5 assists average per game. But again, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years straight, he led the league in assists. And he averaged during that span of time 13 assists per game, with a career best in 89-90 of 14.5 assists per game. That year, John Stockton averaged 17 points per game, 14.5 assists, and 2.7 steals. That is an elite all-time year. So, yeah, I love John Stockton. Great question. Great question. Know all sides of the argument. Go ahead, Gary.
I have another stat. John Stockton missed only 22 regular season games in his 19-year NBA career from 84 to 2003. He played in 1,504 out of a possible 1,526 games.
Yep, definitely a venerable NBA Iron Man. You don't see that anymore, obviously. Next in, my Serbian brother. What's up, Marco? I think this is obviously going to be Nuggets geared. Gary, go ahead.
The worst thing that ever happened to Denver was in 2022 when Tim Connolly left. They have to get rid of Adelman first and basically 80% of the roster.
You can't get rid of Christian Brown. I just don't think there's any way to offload that contract unless it's in some kind of a sign and trade scenario with Peyton Watson. Like, that's the only thing that's going to grease the tracks to get rid of that just albatross of a contract. I do believe you can get rid of Gordon. I see speculation on the interwebs and by people that follow that team that Aaron Gordon's contract is pretty much untradeable, or at least you won't get back the value that he means to them in a trade because he wouldn't be as meaningful to anybody else. He just fits really well with Jokic in that team. But he makes so much money, $33 million, and he's so unavailable that even taking a loss on his contract would be a win in my estimation. So I think you can get rid of Gordon pretty easily. And I think Jamal Murray, for whatever reason, he's carrying a lot of value right now, which is good and crazy to me. So I think those are the principal pieces you can offload. Christian Brown, you're not going to be able to get rid of. I like Cam Johnson and Peyton Watson. I would keep those dudes. So while I wish, Marco, we could get rid of 80%, that's probably not a realistic number. I think best case we're talking is like 2 or 3 of the really main core guys that are going to be gone. And then they're unfortunately going to lose Tim Hardaway Jr., who was fantastic off the bench this year, but not very good defensively. So hell, get rid of him too. I don't care. They need defense. Like, they don't need any offense. Jokic, listen, you just get defense and say, Jokic, You don't have to defend the rim anymore. You don't have to worry about anything on that side of the ball at all. This guy's going to protect the rim and help you with rebounds. All you got to do is score 30 points and get 10 assists. That's it. And I think they're going to be a much, much better team if that is the case. Next in, we've got Stefan Stanky or Stefan Stanky, possibly. I know I messed this up. But Gary, go ahead. Thank you very much. Let us know. Let me know in the chat. Is it like Stephon Marbury? I think it is. I think it's Stephon. If you're still here, which this is from a while ago, so it's possible that they're not.
I looked for him. I didn't see him in there. I tried to tag him, but he wasn't in there because I was going to ask him. So it's either Stephon or Stefan.
I think it's Stephon, like Stephon Marbury. But go ahead. Go ahead, Gary.
Did you see Paul Pierce's latest poop segment talking down Jokic for losing? Shout out to you, Skap and Gary. Hashtag Joker and Kobe the best.
I did see it. And again, this is just more bummish antics by a bum in my estimate. Like Shaquille O'Neal, again, has a lot of audacity to sit up there and criticize Jokic for anything he does in the playoffs, when Shaquille O'Neal has been swept more than any player in NBA history. And Shaq would probably have no rings if he didn't sail under the Kobe Bryant, Dwayne Wade lucky star. 4 rings for Shaq, 3 with like the second greatest shooting guard ever in Kobe, and 1 with the 3rd greatest shooting guard ever in Wade. He played again with Penny, otherwise, LeBron in his prime, Steve Nash in his prime, the Boston Big Three, and he managed 4 rings with all that. So like a lot of audacity. Paul Pierce has a lot of audacity too. This scrub who's sitting there losing every year in Boston of all places until he builds a can't lose, too big to fail super team with Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, like to win his one and only NBA championship in like 18 years. Like Nikola Jokic, give him a replacement level player of Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett and see what happens. So yeah, Stephon, I think it's Stephon, like Stephon Marbury. Very funny that these bum NBA players who stole rings with like historic all-time top 50 or better players are now running out of their caves and from under their rocks to destroy Nikola Jokic, who somehow got a championship with Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. as his 2 best players. Next, Jason is back in again. What's up, 6-Wheel Cowboy? Another question for us, Gary. What is it?
If you're going to allow historic players to have today's skills when you consider them in today's game, you have to give them today's attitude also.
Interesting. Let me consider this. If you're going to allow historic players to have today's skills when you consider them in today's game, you have to. So he's saying essentially like, we keep wanting to extrapolate out, like put Michael Jordan in today's NBA and watch how much he dominates it. But maybe he's suggesting that perhaps the guys with the mentalities back then wouldn't have the mentalities that they had back then today. Maybe they would just also be fat on these big contracts. Maybe they also would load manage. Maybe they also would take off on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe they would. I guess it is a hypothetical just as much as it is a hypothetical to say, put Michael Jordan in today's NBA and he would score 40 points per game. I will say this. Jason is a big Shea fan. And look, I did make a video, even though, again, I am presented as a Shea hater. I made a video about SGA 2 years ago where I compared him to Kobe and Jordan. And I said he's on that trajectory. With that said, I do diminish Shea's impact because of how good the team is around him. But if he has a really crazy offensive run this year in the postseason, he's averaging 33.8 points per game on 55% right now. If he has a crazy run through this playoffs and wins another championship through the Spurs and presumptively the Knicks, Like, it is time. I think Shea is probably the best player on the planet then at that point. And he is on a historical trajectory. At that point, quite frankly, I don't want to be too premature, but I'm talking he's better than Steph Curry. I would probably put him above Steph Curry all time at that point. If he goes back to back with a peak crazy offensive, like a 32 point per game on 50% shooting run right now, I think he's better than Curry. So like I'm routinely, blasted as being a Shea hater, but I'm not. So Jason, we'll see. I've got my eyes wide open on your boy, and we'll see what he does in this postseason. We've got Giuseppe DeRosa in for, it looks like 3 super chats quickly. So we'll just hit all of Giuseppe's in a row. We'll go back to back to back with Giuseppe. Gary, go ahead. What's the first one?
Gotta pay Skap's bills. You know I'm always here to support Skap and Gary. If Magic Johnson never existed, would Larry Bird be the GOAT today?
I mean, thank you. First of all, shout out to you. You are always supporting me in the comments of my videos and in the super chat here in the lives. I obviously love you, Giuseppe. Thank you, my friend. That's an interesting premise. Obviously, Magic does exist, so it's not a reality. But yeah, Larry Bird was. I want to say he won 3 consecutive league MVP. He has 3 MVPs, but I believe it was 3 straight MVPs. And he finished like top 3 for like 8 straight years at one point in the 80s, which was a crazy era. The 80s was so loaded. And the East in particular, where Larry Bird was so ridiculous. Like, you had the Bad Boy Pistons. You had the Moses Malone, Dr. J Sixers. You had the Atlanta Hawks with, I don't know why his name is escaping me. It is 2:00 in the morning, guys, and we are on 3 hours. The famed dunker that went back-to-back dunk contests with Michael Jordan in the early 80s, Dominique Wilkins. You had the Dominique Wilkins Hawks, like that, like a good Milwaukee team. Like there was that the East was so stacked, and Larry Bird was the East's best player by far. Yes, 3 straight MVPs from 83 through 86. Just an amazing run by him. He was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years straight, top 2 in MVP. And he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years straight, top 4, and an undervalued defender, 2nd team All-NBA defense 3 years in a row. He finished Defensive Player of the Year 3rd in 82-83. And really, to me, the most complete kind of offensive player maybe ever. Career averages 24 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists per game. That's 24, 10, and 6 on 50% shooting from the field. So I'm really a Nikola type line for his career, but a better, more impactful defender. Larry Bird to me is the best player in the 80s. I personally have Larry over Magic, but if Magic, and they're back to back on my top 10, like it's Larry then Magic. But if Magic had not been there and those stacked Lakers teams, the best teams ever assembled to me, with 2 top 10 all-time players in Kareem and Magic, and a top 50 player in Worthy, and elite defensive pieces around it. Because Bird would probably have 5 rings, if not, for that Lakers team. Yeah, you would have Bird would probably be top 2 with Jordan. I don't think he'd be above Jordan, but he would be probably top 2. Great hypothetical question, Giuseppe. What's the next one from Giuseppe?
What's your dream finals matchup from any era?
I talked about this a few nights ago. The two hypotheticals that I would really have wanted to see were Hakeem Olajuwon and Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals one of those years. So Jordan not retire those 2 years that Hakeem won, and then those two play. And then the other one would be LeBron and Kobe. And I'm going to go with my answer to this question like I did when I spoke about it a few nights ago. It's the LeBron and Kobe, because I love Jordan. I think he would have lost one, if not both of those finals still. It really wouldn't have changed much for Hakeem. He still would only have the two, though they would be looked at as even greater finals runs if he beat Jordan in one or both. But it wouldn't have really impacted Hakeem's legacy because he only would have the two. Jordan, though, would maybe be diminished. So I would probably not want to see that. Whereas Kobe would have cooked LeBron in the finals had they met. So I would have loved to see that because that would have enhanced Kobe's legacy if he had the 5 and one of them was head-to-head against LeBron. So that would be my answer, Giuseppe. That's a great hypothetical, though. I'm going to jump down a few here, Gary, to Giuseppe's third and do a Giuseppe trifecta. Go ahead, Gary, and read this third one in a row from Giuseppe.
If Bronny was on the Nuggets, they would have won.
Well, Giuseppe, I loved your first two hypotheticals. I do not care for this hypothetical. I do not think that Bronny would have been the difference maker in that Minnesota Timberwolves series. But I see you working out here. I know that's not a serious hypothetical, so I see you working. I don't think Bronny's going to get much PT. Actually, Bronny probably will get a lot of PT in the next round because they're going to be down by 40 at the end of the third every game, basically. So Bronny might get a lot of playing time. Bronny might average damn near double digits next round.
Do you think Jaden McDaniels would have been able to shut down Bronny, though?
I don't know. It would have been close with Bronny's skill set and his offensive prowess and his 1.7 points per game in the postseason. It would have been a much better battle than Jamal Murray was able to give him. We've got Tim Tom, American Critic 8079 in next. What's up, Tim? Welcome to the party, my friend. The waters, as always, are warm here, even as we crescendo into the 3-hour mark. 3 hours and 11 minutes now, nearing 2:00 a.m. Oh, crap. It's storming now outside. That doesn't bode well for my best friend, Luna. She hates the storms. Yes, hopefully we are getting to the end here of our super chats. Hopefully we will be signing off shortly. But Tim, first, what's the question or comment from him, Gary?
Jokic more loyal to Denver than winning. What say you?
He is. He obviously values his loyalty to the organization and being a lifelong Denver Nugget more than he does winning championships. And I want to see him go. I think I don't want him to build a super team. I don't want him to do that. I don't want him to do the LeBron or Kevin Durant path. I just want him to go to a place where he has a more viable means of competition to actually have a chance to win something. But as big of a loser as LeBron is to me for building the super teams, he at least understood the deal, right? He was amassing all-time individual seasons. He was two league MVPs in Cleveland, and he was like a 27-7-7 career player in 7 years. Like, he knew he was going to be an all-time individual player, just like Jokic is. But he knew he would never be thought of or discussed in that light if he didn't have the requisite amount of championships to be in those conversations. Now, he took it to an extreme that I don't agree with in the teams that he went to and the rosters that he built. But he understood that he needed to get to X number of rings, and he still hasn't gotten to it. 4 still isn't really enough. With the amount of years that he's played and the amount of teams and the supporting casts that he's had. But Jokic needs to look in the mirror and realize, like, my numbers, by a number standpoint, Jokic is probably like in GOAT conversations. Like, if you just eradicate numbers and stats, like, Jokic is probably Mount Rushmore with like Wilt, like, is the GOAT. Like, we talked about this the other night, Gary, if you just removed rings from the conversation. And I said Wilt is probably the GOAT. Like, maybe LeBron too. Like, LeBron's in the mix with just numbers and stats. So, like, it's probably Wilt, LeBron, and Jokic. But, like, the reason those dudes aren't in the GOAT standings is because they didn't win. So like Jokic has to look in the mirror and say like, look, my numbers and my stats are as good or better than anybody ever, but I gotta win. Like I understand not wanting to leave, and I understand not wanting to be a coward and build super teams, but there's a middle ground where he goes to like Toronto or Miami or Charlotte, and it's not him building super teams, but it's him getting closer to being competitive because his organization has failed him. So, Tim, you're absolutely right. Wolfsbane is now.
Slight correction. They did win. They just didn't win as much as they could. And I'm specifying that because of guys like Reggie Miller, Karl Malone, and Charles Barkley, who actually, sadly, didn't actually win.
Yes, Gary, but those guys, Charles Barkley, Reggie Miller, like they weren't ever going to be in the GOAT conversation. Like if Reggie Miller had 2 or 3 rings, like it wasn't going to insert him into like top 10 convos. If Jokic got 3 rings, he would be like arguably top 5 all time. He would certainly be top 10. Certainly. So like I think he just needs 1 more because I've got Hakeem is my 5th best player ever with 2. I've got Wilt in my top 10 with 2. So Jokic needs 1 more ring. He's not going to get close in Denver. Not close. Like Oklahoma City and San Antonio are going to run that conference for the rest of Jokic's prime. So he's got to get out.
Unless they made a really good trade for Murray and got something and got like a Minnesota type roster. Minnesota, man, they really constructed a good team. I don't know why they got annihilated by OKC so bad last year. It wasn't even a close contest. And the year before that against the Mavericks, because have they not done an excellent job at constructing a very well-balanced roster? They're one of the best balanced teams in the league.
All right, I'll take I'm sorry, chat. My dog is getting very paranoid right now about it is storming here, unfortunately. It's not even storming, it's just raining, but she knows rain typically accompanies thunder, which she hates. So, but I'm not signing off. I'm just letting you know. I will work my way through all these super chats. I'm just letting you guys know that I might be impacted adversely through the rest of these in some small way if little Luna starts acting up more.
Well, if you get booted off, Skap, I'll be the Temu version of you and answer the rest of
Perfect. So I'll take this one. I'll take just the quick ones and work through. We've got Wolfsbane, the Knicks. The Knicks. Hawks need full team transplants. Wolfsbane, I disagree. I like the Hawks. I think they need a big. And I think other than that, like they need to make a decision on CJ McCollum. He's older. I would definitely re-sign him. He was fantastic mostly for them. So I would say they don't need much. They need a viable and reliable defensively oriented big. And other than that, I think they could come back and be competitive. Look, the Knicks are on one right now. They look like they might be on a run of destiny, and they might be heading to the NBA Finals. And who knows from there? So you just got buzzsawed by like a better team on a good run right now. The Hawks are still, other than McCollum, largely very young. So I wouldn't give up on them yet, Wolfsbane. Hang in there. We already did Giuseppe there. D. Jiang is in next again. Gary, I'll let you go ahead and take this one. Read this one for me.
If your top 10 all-time players had to play their entire careers with their offhand, would your GOAT list change, and who'd drop out?
I don't really even know how to answer this one, D. Jiang. If they had to play their entire careers with their offhand,
they wouldn't be in the league if they had to play with their offhand.
They certainly, probably none of them would be in the top 10 if they had to play with their offhand. To answer your question, none. All of them would more than likely drop out. Maybe Wilt is in my top 10. And I think if Wilt had to play with his offhand, he would still be dominant enough individually, physically, whatever. I think he would still be in the top 10 probably if he had to play. So basically the answer is all of them would drop out. The only one that would remain probably is Wilt. DJing to your question. We've got Gary. How did you think this was said the other night? Jamos?
I think you pronounced it correctly. I was wrong. I thought it was like J Moss, but I think you had it correct.
Well, Jamos, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome back in. Thank you very much for being here. We're getting a little bit closer. Oh, actually, we're getting much closer. This one's from only 10 minutes ago. We've made a lot of headway on these. So hopefully you are still here for me to answer this. Gary, what is the question or comment?
First and foremost, everyone, let's all laugh at the Celtics again. Now for my question. Do y'all think D Rose is in the GOAT conversation without injuries?
Yes, I'll be laughing at the Celtics all summer long, probably, and I'm thankful to have them because otherwise, the Nuggets are the clowns of these playoffs. But now, Boston was like, "Hold my beer and let me get my makeup to clown face us all as a team." So thank you, Boston, actually, for that. And for your question, D Rose is certainly in the conversation of best players who were adversely impacted by injuries. So like to come to my mind, because I'm a certain age, I would say like Tracy McGrady, Penny Hardaway, but then before my time, like obviously Ralph Sampson, Bill Walton. The list goes on and on. Brandon Roy was a stud when he was younger. Blake Griffin. There's a lot of great players that never really Grant Hill for sure. Great players that never really materialized. D Rose is in that convo. I don't know that he's in the GOAT convo though, without the injuries. I think of the guys I've seen in my lifetime that could have maybe been top 10 without injury, I would say maybe like Grant Hill, maybe just Grant Hill. I would say McGrady because he was so offensively amazing in the small snippet of time we saw when he wasn't even in his prime. He was like 24 when he got hurt. So like in the first like 3 or 4 years of his early 20s, he was amazing offensively. The crazy thing is he and Grant Hill signed massive contracts to play together in Orlando. And like McGrady was the only one. Grant Hill was hurt the whole time of that contract. And then McGrady got hurt for like the rest of his career after that Orlando stint. So I don't think it's hard to say, but no, to answer your question here, no, D Rose is not in GOAT conversation. I don't know what, do y'all think D Rose is in the conversation without injury? So I don't know what the conversation is. If the conversation is like top 30, probably top 25, maybe top 20, kind of a stretch for me at that point, and definitely not like the GOAT. So
what about top point guards?
Maybe. I mean, the top of the point guard totem is, I mean, it's Magic. Look, how do you want to classify Steph Curry? Like people say he's a point. He's like never led his team in assists. It's typically always Draymond Green. And he's off the ball wizard. To me, Steph Curry is a 2 guard. So if he's a shooting guard, then I would say Jordan, Kobe, then maybe Curry and Wade and Curry. And how do you classify Jerry West? Like depending, he's thought of as a point guard too, but I think of him as a shooting guard. So I would say Jordan, Kobe, West, Wade, and Curry are all in that mix. But if you put Curry as a point, like it's probably Magic, Oscar, Curry, Stockton, Isaiah Thomas. Like I'd still probably have all those guys above Derrick Rose, more than likely. But good question. Giuseppe. Oh, okay. This is a different one from Giuseppe. Go ahead with this one, Gary.
Who had a better career, Jordan or Brady?
Yeah, I might get some flack on this one, Gary and crew, but stay with me on this one. Tom Brady is the greatest team sports athlete in all of sports history, specifically in the four major professional American sports, that being the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, and Major League Baseball. Brady is the GOAT of the GOATs. So the answer is certainly, to me, Tom Brady. And I respect Michael Jordan, maybe the greatest athlete ever or whatever. And to me, he's the greatest basketball player ever. But let's not act like there's not at least a conversation. To me, I think the conversation is laughable. But there are a significant segment of people in the population that think that LeBron is the GOAT. There are people, I think, and maybe I could make a case for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the GOAT. He has the same number of rings as Michael Jordan. He went to 10 finals, more than Michael Jordan. He has 6 MVPs, more than Michael Jordan. He is top 3 in 3 major standard box categories, that being blocks, rebounds, and scoring. Like, he had a way better college career than Michael Jordan. He had a better high school career than Michael Jordan. You can make the case that Jordan isn't even the basketball GOAT. There is no such case against Tom Brady. Tom Brady has the most outlandish resume that you can ever possibly fathom. He has the resume equivalent of if LeBron James had Bill Russell's winning. If you gave LeBron James Bill Russell's playoff accolades in the NBA and made that player, that's Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the all-time leader in yards and touchdowns. You would have to average 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns for 20 years to pass Tom Brady in yards and touchdowns. In addition to that, he has more wins ever, regular season and playoffs combined. But it doesn't stop there. He has like 35 playoff wins. That's more playoff wins than any franchise ever, other than Pittsburgh and Dallas, I think. Maybe Green Bay too. He has been to 10 Super Bowls. That is more. He individually has been to more Super Bowls than any franchise ever. He has won 7. That is more than any franchise ever. The AFL NFL merged in 1967 to create the modern NFL era. That's like, whatever, 60 some years. In that 60-year era of time, the greatest franchises of that time have 6 Super Bowls. Tom Brady, as a starter in the NFL for 20 years, has 7 himself. He went to 10 Super Bowls in 20 years. Every other year on average, this dude went to the Super Bowl. It is so unbelievable. And then there was a conversation, actually, oh, well, but Bill Belichick was the greatest coach. Like, he made Tom Brady. Tom Brady, in his 40s, left Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick fell off a cliff, got fired, and now he's a laughingstock in college football. Tom Brady took a team that hadn't made the playoffs in 12 years at the age of 42 in his first year there and won the Super Bowl by beating Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, and Patrick Mahomes in those games at 42. Then the next year at 43, he threw for 43 touchdowns and 5,000 yards, led the league in yards and touchdown passes at 43, and came back from a 4-3 deficit in the second playoff game that year against the Rams to tie it with like 50 seconds left, only to have his loser defense lose containment and give up a deep pass by Matt Stafford over the top for the game-winning field goal. If not for that, they go into overtime in Tampa, likely at home, and win that game and win another Super Bowl that year because the Rams went on to win that Super Bowl. Tom Brady is so far and away the greatest quarterback ever. His accomplishments so absurd and preposterous. He is by far the greatest team sports athlete in American sports history, and it isn't close. All due respect to Michael Jordan, Giuseppe. But the answer is unequivocally and undeniably Thomas Patrick Edward Brady II. Next in C. Vin Carter, maybe. C. Vin Carter, what is up? Thank you for joining us. Gary, what is the question or comment?
If CP3 would have went to the Lakers in 2011 with Kobe and Gasol, LA would have won in 09, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, a couple things to clear up. First of all, this is another one of my favorite hypotheticals. I believe Kobe would absolutely have 6 rings if that trade was not criminally voided by the NBA. It's a criminal act by David Stern. It is criminal that he voided that trade. If the NBA didn't do it, Kobe would have 6. He would have three-peated, and he would have beaten the Miami, not three-peat. He would have had 3 and 4 years, and he had the 1 three-peat. But he would have had 6. He would have beaten the Miami Heat super team with LeBron, and Kobe would be looked at in go combos with Jordan. With that said, 09, 10, 11, and 12 is a bit of a reach. First of all, the trade wouldn't have been made in 09 and 10. It wouldn't have even been made in 11. It was made in the summer. It was made after the year that Dallas won. So it really would have only been the 2012 year. That trade would not have happened in those previous 3 years that you mentioned. Secondly, it wouldn't have been Gasol, Kobe, and CP3 because Gasol was part of the trade that brought CP3 there. It would have been Kobe, Andrew Bynum, and CP3. But still, nonetheless, in 2012, CP3, Kobe Bryant, first team All-NBA that year. So if they had 2 first-team All-NBA guards with a young at that year healthy Andrew Bynum, who was all-star caliber that year, they would have beaten the Miami Heat in 2012. Kobe would have 6, and he would be looked at in go convos with Kobe. Ruthless Raider 78 is back in again. I'll take this one, Gary. Don't worry. Don't hurry back. Okay, go ahead, Gary.
After taking my morning bronstitution, I thought about asking Skap something in particular. Mr. Skap, could you lock Bronny down defensively with 15 minutes prep time or less? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruthless Raider, for the continued generosity and contributions here. I appreciate it. Thank you for pushing on your ongoing quest to add LeBron as a synonym for a Dookie. I appreciate that as well. Could I, at my age, which is about the age of LeBron right now, on 15 minutes prep or less, lock down Bronny? Definitely not. Bronny and I are about the same. I'm actually probably a shade taller than Bronny. And I think I'm probably heavier from a muscularity standpoint than Bronny too. But athletically, Bronny is certainly my athletic superior. In my prime, my athletic prime, he would have been a better athlete than me too. And now at my age, which is again, like I'm basically LeBron's age, I know I look good, guys. You don't have to tell me that. I know.
Are you Bronny weighs 210. Do you weigh 210?
Oh no, I'm not. I am not 210. I'm probably about 195. I think Bronny's overlisted though. Gary, what's his height weight? What's his height weight list? Or what's his height? His listed height.
6'2", 210 pounds.
Yeah, I think he's a little over. I think he's a little overlisted. I think he was under 6'2" at the draft combine. He's listed at like 6'4" for when he was in high school and at USC. He was listed at like 6'4". So I don't think he's 6'1", 210, but maybe. I'm like 6'2", like 195.
He's 6'2", 210 according to ESPN.com. Double checking there.
I just want to see without shoes, he was in at 6'1" at the draft combine. So, but he does have a 6'7" wingspan. And I think he probably had like a 35 plus inch vertical leap. So either way, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is my measurables are comparable in terms of our height, list, and weight, but he is definitely a better athlete. And I am 20 years older than him just about at this point. So no, I would not lock down Bronny with 15 minutes prep. But I will say this, though. If you gave me 3 months of prep time, 3 months, I would beat any WNBA player one-on-one in first to 11. I will say that.
Caitlin Clark?
Any WNBA, I would beat any WNBA.
You beat Caitlin Clark
with 3 months prep time, Gary. Did I stutter? Did I stumble? Did I lose my way?
I think she would dribble around you until you're too tired.
With 3 months prep time, at the age of 40 plus, I would beat any WNBA player in a game to 11. And I'll say this: there's some women that wouldn't even score. Like if I played Angel Reese one-on-one, I think I would watch her 11-0 with literally 3 months prep time at over 40. So I will say that
3 months prep time for Angel Reese.
I would, Gary. I haven't touched the ball in like 8 years. Like
doesn't matter.
I haven't even held the basketball in like 8 years.
Doesn't matter against Angel Reese.
Good question, Ruthless Raider. Next in is GGYY7104. Go ahead with this one, Gary.
Oh my goodness. This guy has chosen death, as the kids say. Why did Kobe get MVP in 08 over CP3? Can't figure that one out.
It's actually, Gary, look, as a big Kobe guy, it's actually not a crazy question. I think CP3 had a phenomenal case for MVP that year. I think both he and Kobe had comparable supporting casts. Kobe on LA and CP3 with the Hornets. They had very comparable supporting casts, and they both had elite years. And I think whoever got the 1 seed between the two was going to get MVP. The race for the West won with two teams that came out of absolute nowhere. The Lakers that year preseason were like the 13th odds-on favorite to win the NBA championship preseason. They were like the 8th best odds in the West. And they fired out of the gates with garbage around Kobe and Andrew Bynum. And then Andrew Bynum blew his knee out at the near the trade deadline, and they got Pau Gasol then. And Gasol came in cold out of nowhere for the last 30 games. And Kobe that was in a tight race with the Hornets for the 1. And both Kobe and CP3 were having good, deserving years. And I thought whoever got the 1 was going to be the MVP. Kobe outdueled Chris Paul for the 1 down the stretch. So Kobe got the MVP because he got the 1 over Chris Paul with very comparable teams in a very loaded West. And Kobe had been cheated out of 2 or 3 league MVPs before that. And he had a long, decorated career. And Chris Paul was like in his early 20s or something. So so when you factor in the whole package of the fact that they were both deserving, Kobe had ultimately got the 1. They both had similar supporting casts, same conference. Kobe had been jobbed out of 2 or 3 previous MVPs. So, and he had a Hall of Fame career already. So that factored in too. The narrative factored in too. So yeah, CP3 was deserving that year. But don't come at me like, oh, Kobe got a lucky MVP. Well, Kobe should have had 3 MVPs in his career. He ended with 1. So ultimately, Kobe still lost out. GGY. So I don't know what narrative you're trying to paint with that question.
That was my point of why I thought this was a non-question, because Kobe had been cheated out of previous ones, and CP3 was a new kid on the block at that time. That's why it was a no-brainer that it would go to Kobe in that situation. Because politics plays a role at times. Even if CP3 had been a tad better than Kobe, Kobe probably still would have gotten it just because of the past. Like they do that with the Oscars. You know, we've seen
and
it.
Yeah, just to add what I was talking about, the Lakers that year, 57-25, the number one record in the West. The Hornets were 56-26, along with the Spurs. So again, Kobe just outdueled him for that one seed. The year before, remember, the Lakers were 42-40 the year before, and they really didn't do anything different. Like, they just ran it back, and they were supposed to be sheer ass that year. And Kobe just had them. Look, they were the one seed all year, or like up in the top two seeds all year. It looked like Kobe was going to take Andrew Bynum as the second best player to the NBA Finals that year as the one seed. And then he blew his knee to pieces. And that's when the Pau Gasol trade was made. So Kobe was, and look, Kobe that year was second league wide in points per game, 28 points per game that year. So, I mean, you know, a guy, 28 points per game, 6 rebounds and 5 assists, 28, 6 and 5 back there in that NBA. And that 28, 6 and 5 is different than today's 28, 6 and 5. Back then, league-wide scoring averages was 99 points per game, not 115 or 116 like it was this year. So you 28, 6 and 5 with a Hall of Fame career. You've been jobbed out of multiple MVPs. You take a team that won 42 games the year before with no changes and win 57, the one seed in the West. That's an MVP year, GGY. So get off it. Next in is God is the great physician. God is the great physician. Welcome in to you. God is the great physician. And thank you for your support here in the Skap Live After Dark area of the sponsor area, I should say. Gary, what's the question or comment from him?
If LeBron wins the chip this year, forget MJ versus Bron combos. It's going to be LeBron versus Alexander the Great, Khan, etc. for greatest creation of God.
I mean, if LeBron wins this year, it will certainly be a definite feather in his cap, even though if he wins, he will do it as the third best player on the team. But still, people will still add that into consideration. He won a fifth ring, is closer to sixth than 4, obviously, and he did it at 41, playing at, even though a third wheel type player, still a very high caliber contributor. But that is a massive if, though, that he gets. I mean, they will first need to beat Oklahoma City 4 times in 7 games, which is almost impossible. Like, honestly, even if Shea got hurt, and so no Shea and no Jalen Williams, I still think the Thunder would win 4 games. And basically, if anyone but Shea got hurt, they would still win the series for the Thunder. So it's almost impossible that they could win this series against the Thunder. If they do, though, then they got to beat the Spurs, which, yes, the Spurs are young, inexperienced, blah, 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 blah. But they're still much better. And then they would have to beat some pretty good team like the Knicks from the East. There's almost no way. So that, look, it's a hypothetical. You're right. The conversations would go crazy. The internet would blow up if LeBron won a 5th ring this year. But that is a big, big if. Ruthless Raider is back, and I think for 2 more, actually. So we'll just jump around. I'll hit both of Ruthless Raiders here back to back. Gary, go ahead with this most recent one from him.
Was LeBron Satis have the bag of a stay-at-home mom?
Well, he's obviously got one of the more minuscule bags in NBA history. He did add that 3-point shot in somewhere around the midpoint of his career to fool people into thinking that he is more than just a transition specialist and a layup and dunk merchant in the half court when he's surrounded by super teams. But don't let that fool you, that 3-point resurgence in the middle part of his career fool you. The guy is still 37% outside of 5 feet from the basket. He still can barely dribble a basketball at times. He's still fires jump shots off the side of the backboard. He is LeBagless. So, yes, he definitely has one of the more minuscule bags in NBA history, to your point, Ruthless Raider. And next, I'll just take this one, Gary, because I want to read LeDeuce. I like that. I like the sound of that. So I'll take this one. This other one from Ruthless Raider. Was LeDeuce scared to go head-to-head with Kobe? I think he for sure was. For sure. I mean, Kobe owned this dude in the blue-white game. I don't know if you guys know. Look, we're already very long in the tooth on this. 3 hours and 45 minutes right now on this impromptu live stream that I wasn't even going to do tonight, nearing 4 hours. But in 2000, in the Redeem team, the 2008 situation where LeBron's had gotten back-to-back bronze medals for the U.S. in international play, and that Redeem team that they had to go out and recruit Kobe Bryant to come and save them. So Kobe was a late addition to that Redeem team. He came into Vegas for that prep work before they went overseas and played in the Olympics. And at that point, that team had been together a few years, and LeBron had won back-to-back league MVPs at that point. So it was Kobe and LeBron were like the two best players on that team. Krzyzewski split them up in the famed blue-white game, and he made LeBron the leader of one team and Kobe the leader of the other. And Kobe absolutely punked this guy in that game. Like, he shut LeBron down the stretch, and he scored like 3 straight baskets on LeBron. And LeBron refused to then guard him, by the way, too. They put Sean Marion or some shit on him for the last possession, where Kobe hit the go-ahead game winner, and then LeBron at the other end had one chance to win it, and Kobe did defend him and clamped him. So absolutely owned him. And then when Kobe was out of prime in like 2012 or whatever, and LeBron was the MVP of the league in the All-Star game, it was a close game, could have went either way. Kobe was like, no, this cat's not scoring in the fourth quarter, basically. So prime MVP LeBron and like 17th year Kobe in an All-Star game was like, this cat is not going to score a single point in the fourth quarter. And he did. He did that to LeBron. He blocked him a couple times, turned him over a couple times, picked him up full court. LeBron ultimately scored 1 point in that quarter with like 30 seconds left when they were down 8. So like, yes, Ruthless Raider, you bet your ass LeDeuce was scared to go head-to-head with Kobe. C. Vin Carter is now back in again with, again, a very generous donation. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Gary, go ahead. Go ahead with the question or comment.
Unpopular opinion. Without injuries, Kobe would have passed the torch to D. Rose after that 2011 Christmas game. He respected Rose way more than LeBron. And it's Kane Carter was taken. LOL.
Oh, okay. I got you, Kane. Look, I see it this way. Kobe definitely didn't respect LeBron. I don't think he ever liked LeBron. I think he hated when LeBron went to LA low key. He was just too classy at that stage, and he wasn't gonna diminish LeBron when he went to Los Angeles. And Kobe's longtime agent and very close personal friend Rob Pelinka was involved in that situation. So Kobe was supporting his friend, but I think he low-key disliked LeBron and thought very, very little of LeBron. I think Wade was actually the natural pass the torch guy from Kobe, but Wade then became a coward and sold out himself and recruited LeBron and helped bring LeBron to town. So Dwayne Wade sabotaged and ruined his own career to some degree, in my estimation, and the torch pass from Kobe to him. I think I really do like Rose. I really liked him. He did have the right mentality. There was an all-star game where they were introducing the starters and they were all dancing like fools. And Rose just sat there with a solemn, stern look on his face and refused to partake in the idiocy. But I do have to give some small level of pushback here. and some level of defense and credit to LeBron James, of which we all know I respect very little. Rose was the league MVP the 1 year, and he was completely healthy. And he had the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference and home court advantage. And they took a 1-0 lead on LeBron's team. And then LeBron basically, for the last 4 games, in any time of need, essentially totally shut down Derrick Rose. So, like, that was in the span of time where LeBron was actually really trying on defense and an elite defender. And I think he kind of that was when the whole LeBron James plays 5 positions bullshit started, or defends 5 positions started, because that is a complete farce and untrue. But that is when that kind of all started, when he kept checking on to Derrick Rose. And I'm trying to figure out the exact year that it was. It was in the 2011 year where Derrick Rose was the league MVP. And again, the 1 seed, they had home court advantage. And again, I'm just to highlight what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure they went up game 1. Sorry, my computer's slowing. They went up, they killed the Heat in game 1. So the super team Heat, let me set the stage for you. The super team Heat, in their first year together, LeBron, Bosh, Wade, they're in the East Finals against the 1-seeded Chicago Bulls, and they get blown to pieces by league MVP Derrick Rose in game 1, 103-82. And from there, they won, the Heat won every game after that. And they scored 75 points, 85 points, 93 points, and 80 points. They broke 90 only once the rest of the series after that. And a totally healthy Derrick Rose, MVP Derrick Rose, in 5 games, 23 points on 35% shooting. Those are Jamal Murray numbers. That's what LeBron did to Derrick Rose. So I love Derrick Rose. I love the mentality. I think he would have been arguably a top 30 to maybe 25 all-time player if the injuries didn't happen. But to pretend like he was going to do anything against LeBron head-to-head when LeBron was dialed in is fantasy, because we saw it when he was the league MVP and he had home court advantage and he won game 1 and then got thoroughly demolished the rest of the way. And in that game 1, by the way,
well, wasn't that
Derrick Rose had, hold on, in that game 1, Derrick Rose had 28 points and 6 assists on 10 of 22. So, like, the rest of the series, he didn't do shit. So, and trust me, I remember the series well because I was obviously rooting very, very vehemently for the Chicago Bulls. Go ahead, Gary.
I was saying, wasn't that demolishing due to LeBron joining that super team, though?
No, Gary. I mean, no, because that was the first year of the super team.
That's what I'm saying. He had the Heat. Derrick Rose was on an organic team.
Fair. Gary, that's fair. But Derrick Rose had the number 1 seed in the MVP that year. Like, they won like 67 games or something that year. And Derrick Rose was the MVP. I'm sorry, 62. The Miami Heat were 58-24. Obviously, that team was way better, Gary. Obviously, they had they had the best team in the NBA. The Heat did that year. But they were 58-24. The Bulls were 62-20. And Derrick Rose was the MVP, and he had home court advantage, and they beat that Heat team by 20 in game 1. And then LeBron said, "Nuh-uh, no more," because I'm taking Derrick Rose. I watched it. Like, I hate LeBron, Gary, and I don't want to give him any credit. But Gary, but hold on, let me finish. But I watched as LeBron said through the rest of the 4 games after that, MVP, I don't think so. Like, I'm going to take you out. You're shut down. And he did. He did it. That's what LeBron did in that series. So to say that like Derrick Rose would have been better than LeBron somehow, it's fantastical. He shit on Derrick Rose. When Derrick Rose had home court, a 1-0 lead, and 62 wins in the MVP. Like, I don't like LeBron as much as anybody, but I watched it. Like, and then unfortunately the injuries. But this was before the injuries, though. Derrick Rose is totally healthy. MVP, Gary. 23 points, 35% shooting. Crazy.
Right. I'm not disputing any of that. And I'm not up here saying that Derrick Rose is better than LeBron. But what I'm getting at as far as that best regular season record is a little deceiving. And it took that Heat team like the first quarter of the season to get used to one another. That played a factor. So here's a better question, hypothetical. What if LeBron had stayed on Cleveland and played that Derrick Rose team? Because they had the best record in the regular season. And look how they got demolished by the Magic in 2009. So let's take the LeBron's Cavaliers against the 11 Bulls. That would have been a much better way to measure who's truly better out of D Rose and LeBron, even though I do technically think LeBron's better, but it was still a very unfair advantage having Dwayne Wade by his side. Who was the number 2 guy for the Bulls that D Rose had?
That year, hang on, 2010, 2011, 62-win Chicago Bulls. They were a very good defensive team, Gary. They were arguably the best defensive team in the NBA. They had, look, Luol Deng played all 82 games that year. He scored 17 points per game. Carlos Boozer, 17.5 points per game. Joakim Noah, who was always an elite defensive contributor as well, 12 points per game. I mean, and this was a different era in the NBA. Like, the Bulls only scored 98 points per game that year. Like, the league-wide scoring this year was only like 100 points per game. So to have, Derrick Rose, 25 points per game, 7.5 assists that year, MVP, flanked with, 2 17-point per game scores and an elite defensive squad. Like, it's not like the Bulls were trash that year. But, like, look, there's no doubt the Heat were better. But, like, again, there are levels to this. And in game 2, after D Rose cooked in game 1 and the Bulls dominated, game 2, Miami went in there on the road, beat them 85-75. LeBron had 29 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists on 12 of 21. And largely his defense was the reason they turned that series. Derrick Rose in that game 2, 21 points on 7 of 23 shooting. So, like, I'm with you. Like, and it's fair. Maybe if LeBron was on Cleveland, it would have been the other way. But that one series is seared into my mind, and a little bit unfairly for Derrick Rose, because I hated that team. I hated it. I hated LeBron for doing it and for building it. And I wanted them to lose. And I thought the Bulls could beat them. They were a better defensive team. They had the league MVP. They had home court. And then when they won by 20 in game 1, I was like, oh yeah, here we go. It is going to happen. And then the Bulls just absolutely evaporated the next 4 games. And it was because LeBron actually was an elite defender at that point, and he shut Derrick Rose down in a major way. I hate to do it. I feel dirty. I feel like I need to scrub my tongue with some steel brush after giving LeBron so much credit there.
Right, the thing about it is the Heat, though, if they lose, they choke. But if they win, they're just doing what you're supposed to do when you pull the cheap, dirty move off that they did by getting 3 of the top best players together on the same team in their prime simultaneously and destroying the parity in the league. So I don't give them credit for beating an organic Bulls team that was drafted and built organically.
I mean, that's fair. But like ultimately, again, sports are a results-driven thing. And like, look, Jokic is getting crushed right now for averaging 26 points per game, 13 rebounds, 9.5 assists on 45% shooting. Derrick Rose was the reigning league MVP who averaged 23 points per game on 35% in that series. So like, while there may not be any, maybe the harsh criticism for them losing is undeserved. But Gary, 23 points on 35% shooting for the reigning league MVP, no matter what the disadvantage is from a roster standpoint, is thoroughly unacceptable. I mean, I see you just considering or mulling. But
oh no, I've got stuff to say, but we'll be here all night because we're going on 4 hours now. We've got a couple other ones, but I'm sorry, I just can't give credit to a team for doing what it's supposed to do when it goes against another team that's organically drafted the way the Bulls. A much better matchup would have been the Cavaliers that was also organic. And you want to give LeBron credit? I give LeBron credit for taking his organic Cavaliers to the finals in 2007. I don't hold that sweep against him. Look who he was going against. I think that's the bright spot of LeBron's career, what he accomplished when he was on his organic team. So I give props to D Rose for doing what he did on an organic team, just like Dirk Nowitzki in 2011, as well as other teams. I just can't give credit to anything LeBron accomplished on a manufactured super team that destroyed the parity of the league.
That's fair. And Gary, while we did hit Ruthless Raider already, I'm going to jump beyond some. We've got a couple more super chats and some very generous donations. So I will get to those, but I want to jump back to C. Vin Carter, and I'll read this one. This is a clarification of his point, of which we've been arguing about for like 20 minutes now. I never said Rose would have been better. That's crazy. When I say pass the torch, I meant that's the guy Kobe would have wanted to take over instead of LeBron because Rose was a killer and only 22. That is fair. That is definitely fair. And yes, when Rose, the series I'm talking about in 2011, Derrick Rose was only 22. So like all of the criticisms I just leveled at him, 23 points per game on 35%, 22 years old only. So that is fair. And it is also fair, his premise, that Kobe did hate LeBron. He just despised LeBron. He thought LeBron was a coward. He thought he was overrated. He thought he had no bag. He didn't respect the way he jumped around and built super teams to steal rings. He wasn't a competitor. Kobe didn't like LeBron. That is 100% fair. And the sick thing is, he did like Dwayne Wade, I think. I think Kobe did respect Wade, and Wade did have that killer mentality, was a dog, was a competitor, a dog in a good way, was a competitor, broke Kobe's nose in an all-star game one time, which Kobe loved, that Dwayne Wade broke his nose in an all-star game. So the disgusting thing about that Miami super team is I think Kobe would have liked to pass the torch to Wade, but Wade, again, he sold out. Wade, he sold out. He quit on himself. He obviously didn't want to compete either and amass. Look, if Wade just didn't bring LeBron on and brought like one other guy, like if it was just Wade and Bosh and Wade won like 4 or 5 rings, we're talking Wade like top elite all-time player.
Wade was too old at the time. He wasn't going to be the face in 2012. Let me tell you real quick. It would have actually been, and I don't want to get into a whole thing, it would have been Kevin Durant because OKC went to the finals. He loved, what did he say about Kevin Durant, Skap? He said, Kevin Durant is coming. Who's the one guy who was hard to guard for Kobe? He said, I can't figure out how to guard Durant. What I'm getting at is when they should have won a championship in 2012, go back, look at the highlights. Durant dominated LeBron. The only reason OKC lost was because the referees completely gave a ton of bad calls. I made a whole video on Gary828 Sports Talk. If you want to check that video out, see for yourself. The highlights are all there. The referee cheated Kevin Durant and OKC out of that championship. That would have been the year Kobe would have passed the torch. It was supposed to be Durant. Durant was supposed to win. He was a 3-time scoring champion, but at the age of 23, He was the best up-and-coming young guy, even slightly ahead of Derrick Rose, because to Skap's point, Durant dominated LeBron in the finals, whereas Derrick Rose got eaten up. But then again, Derrick Rose is smaller, so he's not supposed to be the primary. He's a point guard, whereas LeBron is a big guard or a small forward or even a power forward. So that they're not the same position.
Here's the thing, though, Gary, and again, we're not going to get into a big thing here because we are over 4 hours here, and we continue to get these super chats in, which I appreciate and thank you. Kevin Durant didn't have the mentality. He never did that Kobe had. He may have been. He was so immensely talented, and his game was his game, his actual skills on the court, arguably top 3 skill set. And like the fact that he's nearly a 7-footer with guard skills, he basically has equivalent offensive skill set to Kobe, and he's like 7 inches taller. But he never had that mentality, like the kill all mentality. Quite frankly, I know you hate his guts, but Russell Westbrook had way more Kobe mentality than Kevin Durant did. Maybe to his detriment, to your point. Maybe he was too inefficient. Maybe he actually handcuffed Kevin Durant at times. But Russell Westbrook was that dog. Like the series you talk about where you say KD dominated LeBron, I don't think he dominated him. He outplayed him. A young KD outplayed prime LeBron in the 2012 finals. But a young Russell Westbrook outplayed Dwayne Wade in that series too. And Russell Westbrook had one of the best finals performances I ever saw in, I think it was game 3 with their game 3 or 4 with the life on the line, game 4. And this is why it's all starting to come back to me now. This is why I thought so highly of Russ for so long, because I saw with my own 2 eyes LeBron shut down Derrick Rose in that 2011 series. But in game 4 in the NBA Finals in 2012, with the Oklahoma City Thunder basically on the brink of elimination because they were down 2-1 in game 4, obviously. So if they lose game 4, it's 3-1 and it's over. So they needed, it was a must win for Oklahoma City. And Russell Westbrook was the best player on the floor for either team. A game that contained Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and Dwayne Wade. Russell Westbrook was the best player, and LeBron said at the end, I got this guy. I'm taking him. Just like he said about Derrick Rose the year earlier. And guess what? He couldn't even stop Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was unstoppable in that game. And it was all mentality, heart, and will. And I get your criticisms of Russell Westbrook. I do, Gary. We don't have to have a 30-minute argument and disagreement about Russell Westbrook. But you can't reject what I'm saying about that game 4.
First of all, I don't hate Russell Westbrook. I say he's a ball hog, and that's what he's notoriously known for. It's a fact. That's not even an opinion. I said he's a ball hog, and he doesn't facilitate the ball the way a point guard should. But to my point, Kevin Durant was completely taken out of his game after game 3 because they kept calling ticky-tack fouls on him and sending him to the bench. There was nothing Durant could do. So by that time, he knew the refs were going to call everything. It was a done deal. It was in the bag, and Durant was just defeated after game 3. He's like, it doesn't matter how much I outplay LeBron. They're going to call a foul on me for looking at Dwayne Wade or breathing on LeBron.
So let me stop you, Gary. So that defeated give up mentality ain't Mamba mentality. It ain't killer. Like to this point, Vin Carter here. Like because Rose was a killer.
Then why did Kobe lose the series that he did?
Hold on. Part of that game 4, Gary, must win Oklahoma City. 9 of 19, 28 points for Kevin Durant. Not a terrible game. 28 points, 9 of 19. LeBron James in that game, 10 of 20, 26 points. Dwayne Wade, 8 of 19, 25 points. Russell Westbrook, 20 of 32 for 43 points. This dude shot 3 free throws, Gary, and scored 43 points in an NBA Finals game at like 22 years of age with prime defensive LeBron James trying to stop him down the stretch, and he couldn't. He shot 20 of 32. This dude attacked the basket without abandon. It was the determination, the refusal to fail, the malicious way in which he attacked the basket and LeBron. Like, that's when I started calling Russell Westbrook Mini Mamba in 2012. That was my nickname for Russell Westbrook for a couple of years because of that game and because of the determination and the grit that he showed there. So look, we've gotten off on a tangent on this point. Kevin Durant, while very skillful and very probably admittedly difficult for Kobe to defend, I do not think Kobe, to see Vin Carter's point, I do not think Kobe would have been passing his torch to Kevin Durant, just like he wouldn't have wanted to pass his torch to LeBron James. I think the obvious candidates there were like Dwayne Wade or Derrick Rose, or yes, even Russell Westbrook.
So you're saying he would have passed it to Westbrook if they won the championship and not to Durant?
I think Kobe admired Russell Westbrook a great deal, more than he admired Kevin Durant, in my estimation. If we're talking about mentality of players. Gary, Russell Westbrook, I know you don't like him. I know you think he's a loser and a ball hog and inefficient. This dude, Gary, is my size. And he averaged a triple-double 4 times in the NBA. He led the NBA in scoring and was second in assists while being top 10 in rebounds one year.
And what did the teams do? Those were empty calorie stats like what LeBron's doing.
Gary, I don't want to fight with you about this. Kevin Durant is a scumbag, a quitter, and a loser. He quit on Russell Westbrook. He abandoned him. Just like he left the year Kevin Durant left, like a scumbag, like a thief in the night, when he went to Golden State on a 73-9 team and didn't even tell Russell Westbrook about it. Just left. That year, Russell Westbrook, the year after Kevin Durant, abandoned him and abandoned his franchise. Russell Westbrook led the NBA in scoring, was second in assists and like 8th in rebounds, and dragged that team to the playoffs. Okay, don't talk to me about empty. Gary, this is the NBA. You get that, right? Like when people talk about stat padding and triple doubles don't mean anything, get out of here. There has been 60 years of people trying to do triple doubles or average a triple double. 60 years. Oscar Robertson did it once. Jokic has done it twice. A 6'2" guard in the modern era did it 4 times. Stop it with your empty calorie shit. All right, it really does annoy me. Like this stat padding shit. Russell Westbrook was an incredible engine. The slander this guy takes is unbelievable, but I accept it. Not from a Kevin Durant sycophant, though, an apologist like you, who continually defends and supports and sticks up for Kevin Durant and buries Russell Westbrook. I'm fine with burying them both, but don't get up here and give Kevin Durant every excuse in the book and say that Russell Westbrook is is a low calorie stat patter or something. Just stop it with that. Sorry, guys, I'm getting pretty testy at the 3 a.m. hour. Let me work my way back up here. Okay, unpopular opinion. Okay, I think we're here, I want to say. God is the great physician. Okay, I'll take this one, and then we'll get into Stefan Piscano is in next. The super team point is low IQ when he was an underdog in 7 of his 10 finals. Also, I can make a good argument if it wasn't for C19, he goes B2B in 2021, 2021. All right, who is C19? I don't even know. Gary, do you know who C19 even is? What's this guy talking about? Gary, you're muted. Do you know, Gary? Or have you put yourself in timeout because I scolded you on the Kevin Durant stage?
Oh no, I was on mute. I'm not sure. I don't know.
C19, I don't know what that means. He didn't go back to back in 2020, 2021. And he has had a super team multiple times. I don't care that he's an underdog in 7 of 10 finals. I don't care. When you have Dwayne Wade as your running mate and Chris Bosh for 4 straight years, then you have Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love as your running mate for 3 more years after that. Not 4, because Kyrie was traded in that 4th year that he was in Cleveland. 7 years with 2 perennial all-stars on your team, and then another 4 or 5 years with Anthony Davis, who when he's healthy is a top 5 player. And Anthony Davis was healthy for 3 playoff runs.
I figured
it out. And you come up with 4 rings with all of that help. It's an underachievement. It's not a low IQ argument at all. It is someone understanding the context of things and able to break down what's going on behind the scenes, not just looking at stats and numbers and ring counts. There is a context to this. There is a nuance to it. Who did he play? And look, maybe okay in the finals, challenging finals matchups, but he also stacked the deck in a putrid conference where he ran things for 15 years. So if he wasn't a gutless coward with super teams in a historically all-time weak conference, he wouldn't have even have been in that many finals. If he was in the West with just a regular team, like a Kobe supporting cast team, he probably goes to 2 or 3 finals. Maybe he wins all of them, but he doesn't he doesn't have the 10 situations. God is a great physician. All right, well, let's bring in Gary. I'm going to turn it back over to you for Stefan Piscano, if he's still here, hopefully. This was a half an hour ago. We have gotten a little into the weeds here on this revisionism stuff from 2012 with Kobe torch passing, Russell Westbrook versus Kevin Durant. Gary and I agree on most things. One thing we vehemently disagree with is I've actually kind of come on to Gary's side a little bit on Kevin Durant overall. But the Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook dynamic is something Gary and I very much disagree on. So we've kind of gotten in the weeds here, but I'm going to turn it back over to you, Gary. Stefan, great friend of the show. Shout out Vacation Wealth Partners as well. What is the question or comment from Stefan? And I was texting with Stefan, by the way. He texted me to clarify something. He had a typo in his super chat last night or the night before where he indicated that Tom Thibodeau was his husband. He just wanted to set the record straight that he is not married to Tom Thibodeau or any other man for that matter. So Stefan, I hope I didn't violate our friendship by sharing that information from you in our individual text chat. But Gary, go ahead with Stefan's latest question or comment for us tonight.
I actually had thought that was a female who sent that in at the time. So I didn't even know it was a male. When it said that, I said, oh, this must be someone talking about her husband's favorite player or team or something. Okay, so anyways, he says, I'd rather watch Skap cook Angel Reese than watch Jake Paul beat up 60-year-old guys. Talking GOAT, how would you rank these legends? Brady, Jordan, Tiger, Bonds, Mike Tyson, and of course, Kobe.
Wow. Quite a question, Stefan. Quite a question. Well, it is out there. I'm putting it out there. The challenge has been made. Hopefully somebody can clip this up, send it out to Angel, get it to the WNBA. 40-something-year-old YouTuber who hasn't touched a basketball in 8 years claims he would beat Angel Reese one-on-one with 3 months. I'm ready. Let's do it. I'll even make a separate YouTube channel about my training regimen and me getting ready, the behind the scenes of my 3 months prep to take on Angel Reese. And then I think that could get some serious viewership if we really plug this thing right. So I'm with you. Let's get it going. Brady, Jordan, Tiger, Bonds, Mike Tyson, and Kobe. Oh, boy. Well, this is a tough question because there are some individuals like Mike Tyson and Tiger are individuals. So, it's hard to, comp them to team sports guys. Tiger, to me, is the GOAT of golf. He's one of the most individual dominant athletes. but he could have been so much better. He self-sabotaged himself in such a crazy way. Like the fact that he didn't break the Nicholas major count by like 10. Like I thought he would break that by like 5 to 10. He didn't even break it at all. I think he's like 4 behind Nicholas, which is a crazy underachievement for him. For as great as he was for like a decade run, the fact that he ended with like 3 or 4 fewer than Nicholas is just mind-blowing. But he did it to himself. Tyson, kind of the same deal, just a self-saboteur to some degree. Like he was such a crazy high ceiling guy in his early 20s, but really around 24, 25, like after that, he never won another major fight really. And he had the shenanigans which ensued, the ear biting situation. Just a weird, unfortunate career, I think, for him the rest of the way. Tiger Woods is kind of like, he's a cautionary tale too, in my estimation. I still do think the world of Tiger. And for like a 10-year span, he was as dominant an athlete as any athlete in any sport ever. But again, overall, he's the all-time career wins leader on the PGA Tour. But all he cared about were the majors. And he didn't get that record from Nicholas. And he didn't even really get close, quite frankly. In terms of the team sport guy, I love Barry Bonds. He is my personal favorite baseball player of all time. He's the best baseball player I personally have ever seen. I think Shohei Ohtani is putting some strain on that title. For me personally, the best player I've ever seen. But for me, Bonds, the best player I ever saw. I think he'd be top 3, I think. Because this guy, look, he had like 8 or 9 Golden Gloves. He stole like 400 bases or something like that. He's in, I believe, the 400 club. Actually, I think he's in the 500 club. I think Barry Lamar Bonds stole 500 bases and hit 500 home runs. Nobody else ever did 400, and there's like 2 others that are in the 300 club. One of them, I think, being Willie Mays. So like he's in the top 3 all time in baseball history to me. He should have had that one World Series ring where they lost the Anaheim Angels in 7. Jeff Kent, bum, fraud, loser that he is, league MVP off the back of Barry Bonds, completely choked in that series against the Angels. But I love Barry Bonds. I know he's a pariah, a villain. I know everybody hates him, thinks he did steroids. He did probably, but he didn't till far later in his career. Much later in his career, and he did it as a reaction to the Maguire-Sosa steroid usage. So I really don't hold that against Bonds as much as many do. And then working our way to Jordan, Kobe, they're my 2 greatest basketball players ever. They're 1 and 2 on my all-time list. Stefan, as you hopefully heard, Tom Brady, the GOAT of GOATs to me, the greatest team sports athlete in the history of the 4 major professional sports in the United States of America. Okay, we've got, oh boy. Where are we right now? We keep, I seem to have
G is next.
Okay, type she. Okay, I just saw C Vin Carter came back in with something else. So I'm going to save that one for a minute. I'm sure we're going to, he's just trying to stoke the Gary J fires now, I feel like. Which Gary, I love Gary and I love his passion, but we just really disagree on Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant. And I would probably, Gary, one of these days you and I can probably have a full legitimate conversation and debate about it, but it's just not tonight because it's 4 hours and 23 minutes into this thing. So I think I owe you, and you deserve the ability to really voice your opinion and your case about KD and Russ. And I hate to cut you off or whatever, and not let you do it tonight because we're just so late and it's so deep. But one of these days, my vow to you in the chat is that I will give you that opportunity and allow you that chance. For now, though, Gary, I'm going to turn it back to you for type sheet, the question or comment from him.
And this is what I'm annoyed by. I just seen Jason Tatum laughing it up with Embiid's bum. After losing a 3-1 lead, the competitive nature is out of the window. Like I've said it before, I'm Gen Z, but I can't defend this complete crap. Big L, NBA, and a bigger L to Jason Tatum.
Yeah, Jason Tatum, that guy is a fraud. I mean, he really is. Look, I hate, we're going to be on here till like 6 a.m. at this point, but I got to look at I got to expand a little bit on this Jason Tatum thing. Jason Tatum is such an elite talent, and his numbers are so crazy good. And he has 4 first-team All-NBA selections. He's a two-way player. He does a lot of good things, but this guy presents himself as a Kobe disciple. Gary, I don't know if you remember this. He put Kobe as his avatar on Instagram or some shit a few years ago. He wore the 24 purple armband during the playoffs one year. Like, this guy thinks he's Kobe. He's not. This guy's a fraud. He vanishes.
Kyrie Irving is Kobe.
And look, Tatum vanishes all the time. Like, I talk about that 2022 NBA Finals a lot, where I say that Steph Curry kind of stole a ring there because he played nothing but injured teams in the West, and then he got the Celtics, who absolutely gagged in the finals. The Celtics were up 1 that year in the finals. They were definitely the better team, in my estimation. In that NBA Finals series, Jason Tatum, this is his line, 21.5 points on 36% shooting in that NBA Finals for 6 games. 21.5 on 36. Again, those are Jamal Murray numbers for Jason Tatum in barfing that 3-1 series lead away. Then, when they actually won the NBA championship 2 years later, when the Celtics finally got over the hump, Jason Tatum wasn't even good in that series. 22 points per game on 38% shooting. Absolutely bailed out by their team defense and Jaylen Brown, who Jaylen Brown was the finals MVP that year. So Tatum just absolutely evaporates in every big moment he has in the NBA. And then he calls himself Kobe. Come on, stop this nonsense. And then he sits out, to your point, Gary, doesn't even try to go tonight in game 7 after being up 3-1. They lose. Okay, whatever. But don't be laughing and joking around on the sideline after. It is nauseating type sheet, to your point and to Gary's. I can't defend it at all, obviously. Next in is God is the great physician. This is obviously a LeBron jock sniffer we have in here. So let's hear from let's hear from this sniffer. Thank you very much. God is a great physician. I appreciate your continued support and kind generosity in the donations. And I am happy to hear your sniffer messaging here. So Gary, go ahead and let's get this latest LeBron defense one.
You do know Kobe tried to create a super team with Dirk, right?
I'm sorry, what years did they play together? Oh, that's right, they didn't. Tried to, would have, could have, should have, wanted to, maybe. I'll tell you this, though, God is a great physician. If they did, it would have been in LA, because Kobe wasn't oiling himself up and twerking around the league, crawling on his hands and knees and begging other superstars to take him in their cities, like LeBron James did multiple times. So it would have been in LA had they played together, which they didn't. But almost, would have, could have, blah, blah. Kobe wanted to leave LA. Yeah, but he didn't. Yeah, but he never did have a super team. God is the great physician is back again. Back to back. Thank you. Let's hear some more. Let's lather ourselves in oils and twerk around and listen to the latest sniffer messaging here. Go ahead from God is the greatest, Gary.
Durant, LeBron versus Curry and him, when it's mano a mano, is 4-1. Durant been trash outside of Golden State.
Okay, Gary and I got into a battle over Durant earlier, but let me defend Durant and back Gary up on his point here. Kevin Durant at 22 years of age outplayed LeBron James in 2012 in the NBA Finals. He just did. Like he was more efficient. He was a better scorer. That series was way closer than 4-1 would indicate. LeBron was in his prime. He had a better team. And maybe had those players all stayed together, maybe they would have aged better and then it would have been a different story. Okay, LeBron in 3 NBA Finals. He outplayed LeBron in 2012 and lost that one. And then he outplayed LeBron again in the 2 Warriors Finals and won both of them and was the Finals MVP. Kevin Durant outplayed LeBron James head-to-head in 3 Finals and won 2 of them. So I don't really know what this, again, it's more revisionism by God is the great physician. Like, oh, Kobe tried to build a super team with Dirk, but he didn't. Hey, God is a great physician. Here's some revisionism for you. If LeBron wasn't a coward loser and stayed in Cleveland, like Nikola Jokic is staying in Denver, he would have 0 NBA championship rings. How do you like that? Is revisionism. You can't prove me wrong because he didn't do it. He left, he bounced, and he created super teams. Next in is, oh boy, RV Justin. I'm not even going to try it, Gary. Arv. I can't.
Their name's Arvy.
Okay. Arvin Justiano. RV, welcome in. Thank you. Sorry. It's 3:00 in the morning, 4.5 hours now on this freaking live stream. And all of these little lowercase things are running together. I apologize, RV. Welcome in. Thank you for your generous sponsorship of us tonight. And Gary, what is the question or comment?
How much the BO Basket agency paying you for all that Jokic defense? His prime is done and would just get hurt like Giannis. LeBron is way better.
I don't know what BEO Basket agency is, but nothing. I'm getting no money. And Jokic isn't defending himself. I'm the one that's defending him. Yeah, Jokic's prime is better than LeBron's prime, in my estimation. He's better across the board at practically everything, other than LeBron was an elite defender in his prime. But Jokic is a better 3-level scorer. He's a far more efficient scorer than LeBron, who is efficient in his own right, very much so. And Jokic is a vastly superior distributor and facilitator, and LeBron is unanimously praised and heralded for that as well, but Jokic is better. Jokic controls the defensive rebound and the glass as well. He's a much better rebounder than LeBron. Jokic is better than LeBron, but Jokic didn't do what LeBron did in terms of building super teams. Again, I say again, give Jokic the replacement level players for 7 straight years of Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Kevin Love, and Kyrie Irving. LeBron got 3 rings out of that in 7 years. Jokic would have more. Jokic has 1 with Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. So now is his longevity will certainly not be better than LeBron's. And Jokic's prime is not done either. I think Jokic has about 3 more years in a window of prime. But it's definitely gonna not last as long as LeBron's. I'll give you that one, RV. Okay, let's go back to Steven Carter, who is again just stoking the fires, trying to ignite this. Keep us on till 6 a.m. Gary, go ahead with Steven Carter's latest. Thank you, very generous donation to us here.
My last chat, because I know you have to get off soon, but LeBron at 22 got swept in the finals by Duncan and had nearly identical numbers to Rose in that Heat series. If the Big Three was never formed, who says we don't see a Chicago-Dallas finals?
Very fair. Very, very fair. And that is true. Off the top of my head, LeBron James in that NBA Finals against the San Antonio Spurs swept 4-0, 22 points per game on 35% shooting from the field, more turnovers in that series than assists. So that is the king on his big finals run in 07 that everybody counts as like a feather in his goat cap, is that he took those, quote, scrubs to an NBA Finals. Yes, where he got swept and averaged low 20 points per game on 35% Jamal Murray numbers and had more turnovers than assists. So that's a fair point. I think the Bulls with Derrick Rose, that team, if LeBron just stayed in Cleveland with that team, yeah, I think probably the Bulls beat that LeBron in that series. But LeBron individually still probably would have limited Derrick Rose substantially, just because he did it, as it was with the Miami team. But yes, I'm not giving LeBron any credit for winning championships with that Heat team. Not at all. That's a massive underachievement. Like saying Nikola Jokic won Denver is an underachievement. That ain't true. Saying LeBron with only 2 rings with that Miami team is an underachievement. Totally fact. So I'm not crediting him for the 2 that he got. Believe me, I'm just saying individually, head to head, he shut down Derrick Rose. Now, yes, Derrick Rose is only 22 years old, though. That is a fair defense. All right, we've got Isaac LYK in next. Isaac, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Thank all of you guys still for being here and sticking with us this whole time. Gary, what's the question or comment from Isaac?
Can't wait for Kyrie to come back. Miss him a lot. And he was the guy who was like a pupil of Kobe Bryant and had that mentality. Unfortunately, we saw it in 2016 because he was the one to hit that dagger shot to win that championship, just like Mamba.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kyrie was definitely we can all agree on that. Kyrie was cut from the Mamba cloth. When Kyrie hit the game-winning, series-clinching 3-point shot on Steph Curry in the 2016 finals in Game 7, he FaceTimed Kobe in the locker room. While his teammates on the Cavs were celebrating, he FaceTimed Kobe. And of course, Kyrie forced his way out from Cleveland under LeBron's thumb. Of all of these idiot superstars that have wanted to play with LeBron through the years, of which I have no idea why, they get no credit when things go well. They get all the criticism and blame when things go poorly. It is the worst case ever. It is the worst deal ever to be a superstar player playing alongside LeBron. Of all the morons that have signed up for it willingly, Kyrie never wanted that. He was drafted first overall by the Cavs. LeBron went back to Cleveland on the strength of the Kevin Love trade for Andrew Wiggins to build another super team. Kyrie never really liked playing with LeBron, and he forced his way out of town because Kyrie didn't want to be second fiddle really to LeBron. So that, again, that is Mamba mentality. All right, we've got God is the great physician again, coming back in, trying to paint some revisionism here. Gary, I'll just read this one real quick. You're criticizing teaming up. Kobe tried to create a super team, period. Who cares if he failed? Kobe literally sat in a meeting with LaMarcus Aldridge the year he was the prize free agent and went to your Spurs, Gary, actually. And in that meeting, Kobe sat there and said, at like 36 or 35 years of age, he's like, well, this is my team. I pretty much see you as like a rebounder. So like you just kind of get me the ball essentially. And like people from on the Lakers brass in that meeting came out and were like, Kobe is basically sabotaging us signing anybody because he's too alpha. So like, Kobe, whatever you think, whatever you want to believe with this stupid Dirk Nowitzki thing that you're trying to talk up. The facts are the facts. Kobe Bryant had Shaq for 8 years, 8 of his 20-year career. Their third best player on those championship teams was Derrick Rose or Derek Fisher, who made no All-Star appearances and has like an 8 point per game career average. That was Kobe's team to win 3. Shaq, yes, okay, Shaq was a great player. He's all-time top like 13. But their next best player, Derek Fisher, then he took Pau Gasol and went to 3 straight rings. Pau Gasol, who has essentially the same career as Chris Bosh, potentially a little less decorated than Chris Bosh, actually. Bosh, who was an 11-time All-Star in 13 years. That was what Kobe won 2 rings with. So LeBron's third best player that he needed to win basically 3 of his 4 rings. Kevin Love and Chris Bosh. Kobe won 2 rings with just that. And then, really, you can make a case AD was Shaq level in the year that LeBron won his 4th. So whatever way you want to paint it, God is the great physician. LeBron had exponentially more help than Kobe. He played exponentially weaker opposition than Kobe. He had a much lengthier prime than Kobe, and he won less than Kobe. So whatever you got to tell yourself to fall asleep at night, that guy over my shoulder is better than your guy. But whatever fantasies you have to spin to try to fall asleep at night with your LeBron portraits all over your bedroom, go with it, my friend. God love you and God bless for whatever tactics you have to go to. Guys, that was a crazy live stream. Still 350 people in here. I think we had, 650, 700 at one point. It's 3:30 in the morning where Gary and I are at. The storm is over, though, luckily. Luna is slumbering ever so gently, to give you a little update on Luna. And 4 hours and 40 minutes is one of the lengthier ones of these that I've done. One that I, quite frankly, wasn't even going to come on for, and now it's like nearly 5 hours. An absolutely crazy night, but a very enjoyable and fun night with all of you guys. 344 people still in here. Can't thank you guys enough. So I obviously don't have to tell you to subscribe or turn on notifications for me, because I'm certain probably everyone in here already does that for me. You should definitely go check out Gary828. Check out his regular channel. Check out his sports channel. Check out that Kevin Durant video that he made. It's a very good video where he discusses that 2012 series in depth and breaks down the officiating and so forth in there. So you guys should definitely check that out as well. We've got a pair of Game 7s tomorrow, that both in the Eastern Conference. We got Cavs, Raptors. I think that's the early game, I want to say. Let me check, though.
The Cavs is later. The Detroit Orlando's 3:30.
Okay.
Cavs is 7:30.
Okay, thank you for that, Gary. So yes, we've got the Pistons trying to overcome that 3-1 hole, but they're 9-point favorites at home against the Magic. That's the early game. And then a pretty tasty little nightcap in Toronto and Cleveland. That one, that's going to be, I think, a really good game. I think that could go either way. I'm excited for both those games. They should be over around the same time as tonight's game. They should probably be over around 10 o'clock. So I'll probably commit to coming on again tomorrow, Gary. What do you think? Do you think we can make it back? We're working up our steam here. We didn't do many at the beginning, but we've been on a lot of lives in a row now. Can we commit to tomorrow possibly?
Positively. Yeah, absolutely, because then we can really summarize the first round and then make our predictions for round 2. I think it's going to be Detroit and Cleveland to come out on top tomorrow.
I believe you're right. I think the two home teams all time in NBA history, 82% win percentage, all time in NBA history across any round of the playoffs, home teams, 82%. So I'm with you. I think I like both favorites, both home teams ultimately to prevail in that one, in those two tomorrow. So we will be on, I will commit. We will be on tomorrow to talk about both of them afterwards. Same bat time, same bat channel. Until then, Gary, and to all of you, have a great night, and we'll see you guys all